Yes, indeed. A very good morning to you and welcome to a wet harbour city where 18 kilometres north of Sydney you'll find the Pennant Hills Golf Club. It's one of Sydney's most prestigious and iconic courses that today is celebrating their 100-year anniversary with the Pennant Hills Centenary Open, a special event to mark a special occasion at the fourth oldest golf course in Sydney, still in its original location. To look at it today as what it once was in 1923, it's a phenomenal story. Back in 1923, a 9-hole golf course that was constructed and cared for and curated by the members. They worked on weekends to look after their beloved course. It was always going to be a temporary layout, and then one day Tom E. Howard, the 1923 Australian Open champion, said, let's make this 18 holes, and make it 18 holes. They did, and this is the course that we enjoy today that will celebrate its centenary, and it will do so though without the blessing of Mother Nature. It's a wet day today in Beercroft. Good morning and welcome. Sam Hargraves is my name. We're really looking forward to a special day. Mark Hayes is on course with us as well. We've got 130 golfers that are about to go in a shotgun start and looking to claim a title that will never be able to be claimed again. The Centenary Open title at Pennant Hills. It is a pleasure to be here and a pleasure to have you. We're broadcasting on the Pennant Hills Golf Club website. We're on the Play Today app and on the Play Today metaverse, breaking into new territories, and on the SEN app as well. This is way back when, a 10th, one of the feature holes. That's how it looked in 1928-29. The 1934 Gala Ball. Anthony Gresham regarded as one of Australia's best ever amateur players. Australian Open winner, New South Wales Open winner. That was how the clubhouse looked in 1964. Actually underwent a few changes and has gone through a few changes over the years. In 1952, the ninth green was reconstructed with the help of the three-time Australian Open winner Norman von Nida, who the Order of Merit Medal is named after now. So it has taken the who's who of Australian golf through the ages to make this course what it is today, but it's made what it is today by the members at the heart and soul of what this golf course is all about and will continue to be all about. So it is an incredibly special day for them and for the history of this club as it looks to create a little bit more. And we'll get down to Mark Hayes, who's on course to give us an update on the conditions and set the scene for us. Hazy, good morning to you.
Not quite on, because I haven't been brave enough to get out on the course yet, but we're tucked away under the roof. It's been a pretty miserable morning here at Pennant Hills, but hopefully sign of a bit of brightness behind us a couple of minutes ago as we came to air, and hopefully we can get away at 9 o'clock and get things rolling towards this huge Centenary Open. It's a huge undertaking by the club and we're thrilled to be a part of it.
So 130 players, Hazy, and we've got some names that we know, including the New South Wales medal winner Christopher Fan, the 23-year-old amateur, and there's plenty more top quality golfers who are set to go. It looks like they're starting to warm up. It looks like we're going to get play underway, but just take us through, what's the feeling out there around the club on a special day at this iconic club?
Yeah, well, it's a unique occasion, obviously, as you mentioned in the opener, and there's a feeling around the place is one of excitement, and as you mentioned, it's a one-off trophy. If you win this one, it'll be there for posterity, and there's a chance to do that, not only for the Pennant Hills players themselves who are here representing the club, but there's people from all over, not only Sydney and New South Wales, but all around Australia, and for that matter, the world. There's actually people here. This is the best part about this, in my humble opinion, is that the club has actually flown over from overseas reciprocal club members, club champions. So we've got people here from England and New Zealand, and it's just a phenomenal atmosphere. So it's really good, and that's not to mention all the reciprocal clubs around Australia as well. So it's a real eclectic field. No one knows where the winner's going to come from, but we're all looking forward to finding out who they're going to be, men's and women's.
1994, the club was given a heritage listing, which is significant in and of itself. But just talk to us about what the course is. We were lucky to have done this. We were lucky to have been here for the New South Wales Amateur. And a man who might be able to tell us a little bit more about the history and the way in which today is going to go and unfold is the GM, Barnaby Sumner, who you've got with you.
Yeah, lucky to have Barnaby join us here at the moment, Sam. And Barnaby, I know it's probably not the ideal weather you had sort of planned, but it looks like it's going to come together.
Hazy, yeah, we're really excited. Tough start to the morning. Inch of rain in 4 hours is never what somebody signs up for when they host these events. I certainly feel that pressure that some of those big tournament hosts have on an annual basis. But mate, we're really excited. I think the field of 128s, as you can possibly see behind us, are starting to warm up, and we're ready for play at 9 o'clock.
Well, this is one of the two big ones this week. It's this and some little thing at Augusta somewhere.
Playing for a jacket or something, Hazy? Yeah, it's not as good as the Pennant Hills Centenary Cup, I can tell you.
Now, talk us through how this came about. Was it your brainchild, or was it a club initiative?
Yeah, this was very much a club initiative. It has been in the makings now for about 2 years. So the idea first came about when we were hosting our annual Pennant Hills Open. We wanted to go bigger and better, and we certainly saw what we were able to achieve during the recent New South Wales Amateur hosting in January. And we thought, why not for the Pennant Hills Cup? So we reached out to all of our reciprocal clubs, and they've sent everybody that they could, all the best of the best. It's a phenomenal field. It's like 25 guys off plus handicap, so I'm really excited to see what the day unfolds. But it's a hat tip to all the members here and the organising committee for what we put on today.
So hopefully we'll get to talk to a whole selection of the international players as we go around the course today. But I'm really interested in the feedback that they gave to you when you rang them and said, do you want to come to Australia?
Yeah, it was interesting because they all thought we were from Kenya trying to get the money. So a lot of them...
You look like a bit of a Nigerian prince, maybe?
Possibly. But look, they were all... they couldn't believe the generosity. They've had a wonderful time. Barbecues, pizzas, all the fun with the members yesterday. A few of them got to ring the bell and buy a few drinks for the members in the club. So it's been fantastic. And hopefully they're going to walk away and see just what a great place Pennant Hills is.
Maybe you just want to quickly advise everyone of the clubs. There's some couple of really amazing clubs. I know Royal Wellington is one of them from New Zealand, but there's a couple of really special clubs from England. Yeah,
so we've Gog Magog just outside of Cambridge, and Seed and Crew just on the northeast coast are here and being represented by 4 wonderful players. They've all had some fantastic times, and they're going to have some fantastic stories to tell you when you're out on course, Hazy.
It's been a big year, hasn't it? What was the wash-up of the New South Wales Amateur? You had a couple of great champions crowned.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think everyone was blown away with just how the whole place sort of lit up during that week. I know the course team have worked their backsides off this week to make sure we've got a course that's playable. It's been a little bit challenging this morning, but there was a lot of excitement that we can host sort of these events now and in the future.
So you said 4 inches of rain overnight. 1 inch of rain overnight. What challenges is the course going to face that we might have to deal with out there? Yeah,
so I think there's going to be a little of preferred lies on the cup portion only, so players are going to have a club length in that regard. I've been pretty impressed. The greens have drained off quite nicely, but there might be some standing water, so viewers might see a little players moving the ball to get a clean line, but we are confident that by 9 o'clock things are going to be looking pretty good.
I think they'll understand.
I think everybody has to understand.
And the players are all ready to go. It's a shotgun start, of course.
It is. So we're going to have, sort of in terms of the viewing pleasure, from about 9 o'clock, that sort of sense that you're going to get to see groups coming towards each hole. So we're going to really focus on some of the par 3s, and I do believe your good self is going to be heading out, trying to find my player on the move, and hopefully we'll get to see the leader in action.
That's Barnaby Sumner. I really appreciate your time there, Barnaby, and good luck. We hope, fingers crossed, that we keep this break in the weather happening for us, and good luck for the day.
We're going to be having our fingers crossed. Thanks, Hazy.
Thanks, Barnaby. And Sam, a lot of work's gone into this. There's people milling around Pennant Hills very early this morning, and there's just a cast of thousands making this happen.
Thank you, Hazy. We'll let you go out and get into position, as we're looking like we're going to start pretty soon to get this event underway, the Pennant Hills Centenary Open. A big thanks to the GM, Barnaby Sumner. We're going to fly over some of the feature holes here, and we're getting great shots of just how magnificently presented this pristine course is. So the 9th hole is one of the feature holes. Both the 9th and the 18th come back towards the clubhouse and finish over the gully here. You can see Devlin's Creek there, the bridge that's made famous. We saw in the photos earlier. That 9th hole is one of the trickier ones, the par 3 there with those bunkers front and left. 117 yards. A big tee, the correct club there is vital. As we see the rain continuing to come down. The 10th hole, one of the other feature holes of this course. 380-metre par 4 is drivable and has been driven a couple of times by 1982 club champion Greg Wicks. That big gully to get over as well. Trees right and left. And a green that slopes pretty steeply away to the right. That's where you don't want to be. In fact, it was the 15th that was driven by Greg Wicks. A little bit easier, that one, given it's 312 yards, not the 380 yards, 420 yards, 380 metres of the 10th. So those are the conditions that the players are going to be facing today. Tricky, to say the least, in the wet. As we have a look at the 18th, and this is a beautiful hole that comes back towards the clubhouse. The long carry again across the gully, a narrow chute. You see the eucalypts on either side. What a perfectly framed hole this is, heading back to the clubhouse. Been described as a hole where you can get an easy 3 or an easy 20. That's the difficulty. Guarded by 6 bunkers along the left and the right there. 167 metres or 183 yards, depending on what you're measuring in. And part of that heritage listing as well, the conserving of those indigenous eucalypts, black butts and blue gums and stringy barks all around the fairways. It is as picturesque a golf course as you'll find, and they've done a magnificent job presenting it in the order that it is, given the rain that we've been experiencing. So the 4th oldest golf club in the city, still playing at its same location. As we mentioned before, it was Tony Gresham who turned it from a 9-hole affair into an 18-hole layout. 1923 Australian Open winner. He won the Australian PGA in 1924 and in 1925. And he turned 80 in 2020, and the club celebrated with a special tribute day in September to mark that special occasion. So those are the club rooms. Players eagerly awaiting, well, maybe not so eagerly awaiting to get out into the rain and start hitting some balls. But it would be a truly unique trophy to have on the mantelpiece, given that this will be a one-off. You can only celebrate your centenary once. The Pennant Hills Centenary Open. It's going to be a wet affair, but there's plenty of other celebrations that the club are undertaking across this year as they celebrate turning 100. They'll have a tournament, the medals through the ages, for the women and the men. That's the 13th and the 15th of April. They've even got a Centenary Bridge tournament in July. Centenary Cork and Fork in October. They're doing a jazz on the green December 3rd and a gala dance and Centenary Top Gun finale at the end of the year on the 22nd of December. And a little bit more up for grabs than just the prestige and the honour of being the first and only Pennant Hills Centenary Open winner. This event forms part of the New South Wales Varden Trophy. It's open to all male amateur golfers who hold a current Australian or overseas equivalent handicap of 4 or under. So the Varden Trophy runs throughout the calendar year as well. So a bit on the line, especially for the Pennant Hills Golf Club players as well. We'll take a break. We're told that play isn't far away from getting underway at Pennant Hills for the Pennant Hills Centenary Open. Welcome back to the Pennant Hills Golf Club, the Pennant Hills Centenary Open. We've had a rain delay to just halt proceedings and just push our start time back to around 9 a.m. It'll be a shotgun start for the 130 odd players that have assembled here. And Mark Hayes, not only have we got Pennant Hills Golf Club members and members from other clubs around Australia, but there's an international feel to today's event, and you've got one of our international players with you, Mary Spear.
I have, Sam. It is a great international feel here, and Mary Spear's come all the way from Royal Wellington. I know there's a couple of people who have come a little bit further, Mary, but this must feel very much an away game for you.
It does, definitely. It's very different conditions out here. Obviously, the course is very different from what I'm used to playing on, so it's definitely an overseas experience, yeah.
Pretty flat track, Royal Wellington, down in the valley, the Hutt Valley there. This is a completely different picture.
It is. I actually played inter-club out at Masterton last week, though, and that's a pretty hilly course, so I feel I'm prepared a little bit. But yes, it's definitely interesting club selection out here. You've got to really take into account the elevation a lot more.
Speaking of being prepared, nothing could have possibly prepared you for the phone call to say, come over in Sydney and play golf.
No, I mean, I think we were all shocked, especially the team from the UK, really surprised. But it's an amazing thing that the club here has done, and I'm really glad we're going out and that they're going to have this memory for their bicentennial, hopefully.
And you've had a great week here, I assume, with the hospitality of Pennant Hills.
Yes, it's been fabulous. We've seen Sydney. My clubmate and I played Royal Sydney a couple of days ago. We've played Pennant Hills 3 times, so it's been perfect.
It's a dream come true, and you're off a handicap of 1 at home?
Yes.
And that translates to what out here today?
I think 3 out here today, yeah.
Well, I know that. Well, you're representing New Zealand. It's got to be a great thing. Congratulations.
That'll go on my highlight reel for sure.
Yeah, why wouldn't it? And you're a biochemist, so can you seed some clouds or something to get them away?
Oh, I can't, unfortunately, but my playing partner from yesterday said that she might be able to cast some sort of spell to get the clouds to go away. So hopefully she's doing that right now.
We better let you get out to your hole, and good luck for a big day ahead.
Thank you.
That's Mary Spear, and we're going to try and track down her clubmate, also from Royal Wellington, in a second here. Kieran, can I interrupt you for 2 seconds?
Hey, how you going?
Good. Kieran, Mark Hayes and the whole crew here watching you around the world. Let's go with around the world. Kieran Sim, welcome to Australia. It's got to be a good thing to hear in the first place.
Yeah, no, good wee trip here. No, it's pretty cool that club's flying us over, so enjoying our time here. They're really looking after us. So.
Could you believe it when you got the call to come over and play in Sydney?
Oh, definitely a bit of a surprise, but a bit of a no-brainer, and taking a free trip to Sydney and playing some cool golf over here. So, yeah.
Have you played internationally before?
I played over in January, and I think December last year was my first trip to Australia. So it's pretty cool over here. Tournaments are nice, and it's very different to back home in New Zealand. So that's pretty cool.
So we were just asking Mary about that. Royal Wellington in the beautiful Hutt Valley north of the city there. It's pretty flat compared to this track. Yeah,
definitely flat. We're not unheard of to have some hilly tracks. You got Judgeford and, dare I say it, Mornington and in the city in Wellington, but there's a few hilly tracks, but nothing really like what you get around here, so it's pretty cool.
Now, mate, you're a hockey player when you were growing up. What changed you across to golf?
Oh, I didn't want to stay fit anymore, yeah. couldn't do the running side of things.
You've obviously taken to it pretty well. Walk us through how you got here. What was the big result at the club championships?
Oh, it was... I played a guy called Gus, and we had a good match, but it was. I played pretty well that day, so it was a nice cruisy wee day, low stress, but good fun. The whole competition was quite cool. So,
and your dream, I know, is to get to Augusta, and now you're here this week. You're making plans.
Yeah, one way or another, spectator, caddy, or player, I'll take either of them. So.
Now, mate, I've got you listed here in my little notes that you are unofficially the longest hitting player in the world, pound for pound. There's not
a lot to me. No, there's not a lot to me, but I can get it out there, surprise a couple of people. But it's probably my only claim to fame. Haven't won much, but I'll claim that.
So what do you weigh?
60 kilos.
And how far do you hit it with your driver?
Distance sort of day to day, but club speed's usually around 112, so get it out there a bit.
Yeah, well, that's good work. You probably need that all today, the carry. It's a bit moist out here.
Yeah, probably going to be heading up on it a bit and trying to launch it. not going to run out at all. So we're used to that though, back at home.
All right, I better let you get out to the course. Good luck, Everett.
very much.
Well done representing New Zealand.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, Hazy, and thanks to Kieran, and thanks to Mary as well, over from Royal Wellington, and Kieran, the club champion in 2022. He was second in their order of merit standings for the year and came second in the Wellington 72-hole stroke play as well. And that is a wonderful feature of this event, is the call to arms, not just from around Australia, but from around the world as well. The reciprocal members all wanting to be here to mark this special occasion, the Centenary Open for Pennant Hills, celebrating 100 years. We're just seeing the players head out there, the brollies all attached. These are the days where you think, gee, I really should have gone and bought that wet weather gear, but these guys all look very well prepared for the elements. Geez, even a plastic cover over the bags, that's going above and beyond. For the lady on the right, normally you just let the bag take the conditions, but no, the bag protected as well. So we're going to see, as Hazy said, we're not going to see a lot of run when the ball hits the surface. And this course too, you go up and down, uphill and down dale pretty regularly. Some really steep slopes around this course, especially the gully that you drive over on 1 and 10 and then come back over on 9 and 18. So this course, as we look through the history of it, that 1923 layout, the 9 holes that was cared for and curated and constructed by the members working away on weekends, then Tom E. Howard came and designed the layout. It was never really a master layout, so it progressed and evolved throughout 24 to 34, 5 different layouts in that time. A few clearings of trees here and there. They changed the 16th hole in 1936 to create the dogleg that's there today. Eric Appley was the Australian amateur champion. He was asked to provide the design for that. And then in 1952, the 9th hole, the famous 9th hole, was reconstructed. It needed an excavation. There's a sandstone cliff behind it. So they sought the advice of the great Norman von Nida, who was the Australian Open champion 50, 52 and 53, the New South Wales Order of Merit, the PGA of Australasia Order of Merit winner gets the Norman von Nida medal. So it has required some of the biggest names throughout the history of golf to make this course what it is today. Steep hills and it contours up and down. Devlin's Creek at the eastern end of the course. It's often drawn comparisons with Augusta National with just some of the respects to the steepness of the holes. But it is going to be a tough day out there for the players, so it's a credit to them to head out, and we should be getting underway in about 10 minutes time. 9 a.m. we're scheduled to start, a shotgun start. There's about 130 players. On a day where there's a fair bit of golf happening around the world, so we'll update you on some of the scores here and there throughout the course of the day as well. But we're rapt to have your company, albeit a bit of a delay to start proceedings today, but you might be with us on the Pennant Hills Golf Club website, the Play Today app, the Play Today metaverse. So boldly going where very few broadcasts have gone before. Play Today pioneering innovative and completely original ways to broadcast golf through their metaverse. A one-of-a-kind experience there, and on the SEN app as well. And how lush does that course look? That almost looks like we've put a filter on that, but I can tell you, no filter, hashtag no filter, as the kids would say. And not a breath of wind you can see from the flag there as well. So that's one thing at least that the players won't have to contend with just yet. So while the rain continues to come down, hopefully it's going to ease. It will slow things up on the green and will mean that you don't get much run for your shot. So we heard Kieran talking about the fact that he'll be looking to hit up, go for maximum carry. We'll go back downstairs, or we'll go back to the course. Mark Hayes has got the president of the Pennant Hills Golf Club. Hazy.
Thanks, Sam. I'm joined here very, well, let's say heavy conditions at the moment by Mick Rowan, the president of the Pennant Hills Golf Club. Mick, it's a great day for the club, but it's a bit disappointing out here at the moment.
It is a bit disappointing. It's pretty damp. But look, these players know that conditions are uncontrollable, that they're not going to get a picnic conditions every time they come out, that it's wet, they've got to adjust to it, and I'm sure they will, you know. We won't be running the ball much, it's got to be high and it's got to stop, so they know that.
And you've been out on the tools yourself, raking bunkers in the rain?
We thought we'd get a few bunkers raked before we kicked off here. But actually not too bad, so the rain, I don't think has affected them too much, certainly not the ones we raked.
You must be pretty proud of what the club's doing here. I mean, this is breaking new ground, not only in even northern Sydney, it's breaking ground right across Australia to be able to do this.
It is, yeah. It took us 100 years to do it, of course. Look, we're very proud of our Centenary. It's been a massive time. It's been a great feeling around the club, and it was terrific to have all the reciprocals here with us as long as other visitors. So yeah, we're happy.
I wanted to ask you about that. I mean, it must have been an incredible delight for you guys to make that phone call or email to some unsuspecting players around the other side of the world.
Well, I think in a couple of occasions it got moved to spam.
Oh, really?
And it was a phone call to say, hey, that's not spam, we really mean it. Come and join us.
and they've been thrilled to be here, haven't they?
They have, yeah, they have. Look, reciprocity between clubs is about relationships, and this is a wonderful opportunity for us to renew relationships with those clubs.
Now let's talk quickly about the Centenary. I mean, you've had one of the most storied players in Australian golf history here. Is probably the standout member, I suppose, Tony Gresham.
Yes.
But you've had plenty of others as well.
Yes, well, Peter Fowler was one Australian Open winner. Andy, I think Andy Richards was the New South Wales Amateur a couple of years ago. So, yeah, and we've got another, the grade team, the pack team, younger guys, not bringing any imports, growing people underneath, and they're equipping themselves well. And I'm sure another Gresh or another Fowler is going to pop up somewhere along the line.
It's a matter of time until someone, but I don't know if you'll ever find another Tony Gresham, let's be honest.
You won't. No, he's extraordinary, Tony. And I've got to say, he gave us his whole collection of trophies.
Really?
Some that Scott and Wendy didn't know he had. They went around to a room and had a wardrobe, and they just emptied it. They couldn't believe all the stuff that came out. So we're very happy. We've got all that, and we know where he is. He's comfortable.
Yeah, obviously he's not coming out today, no. But you know, I guess his spirit lives around here, just around the clock. We were talking during the New South Wales Amateur, his best eclectic score here of I think 35, yeah, which is just, you know, otherworldly.
He's holed out on all par threes.
It's amazing.
And most of us spend a lifetime hoping for one, you know.
Yeah. He's a legend.
He's with us always.
Yeah, and his name's on the board too. And what I wanted to ask you about that is everyone seems to put back into the club as well.
It is that sort of club. Yeah. There's 19 holes. And the 19th hole is a very important hole for this club, and it's really part of its culture and part of the reason it continues to thrive.
Yeah, that's great. I'm not sure what that siren was, whether it was get off the course or get on the course.
No,
and
get on the course, that means tee up, I think. Yeah.
Well, maybe I should let you go and enjoy the day's festivities. Thanks, Mick.
Okay.
Appreciate
Cheers.
it.
Bye.
That's Mick Rowan, the president of the Pennant Hills Golf Club. A very proud man, and he's been on the tools, as I said, Sam, just trying to get things underway, and that siren hopefully represents the start of play here today.
I hope so too. Hazy, we're going to find a time to talk again about that eclectic score of Tony Gresham, because we discussed it during the New South Wales Amateur. It was one of the most remarkable stats I think I've ever heard. So we're going to get you to go into a bit more detail about that when we get an opportunity too. But Tony Gresham, 82 years of age. They had a special event for him in 2020 when he turned 80, a tribute day in September of that year. 1977 Australian Amateur winner. He reached 4 finals of the Australian Amateur. He won one of those. He lost to Ray Jenner. He also lost to Mike Clayton, the great Mike Clayton, in 1978, a medalist 4 times. He also won the New South Wales Amateur Championship. The New South Wales medal, he won 6 times. The New South Wales amateur, he won 3 times. And he also won 2 professional events as well, the New South Wales Open and the South Australian Open. He travelled to Europe to play in the amateur championship, made the semi-finals in 1979. He won the French amateur in 1980, beating fellow Aussie John Kelly. Reached the semi-finals again of the amateur championship in 81. A giant in amateur golf and beloved figure at the Pennant Hills Golf Club. 7 successive Eisenhower trophies he played in. Australia in that amateur event took silver in 72, bronze in 76, 78. In 1972, in Buenos Aires, he was the leading individual scorer at 2 strokes ahead of Ben Crenshaw and Vinnie Giles, just to show you the talent of the man. He represented Australia in the 1971 Commonwealth Tournament in Auckland 4 times, at the Sloane Morpeth Trophy against New Zealand. So we are underway, teeing off. And we can officially say the Pennant Hills Centenary Open is open. Our first group of 4, Zach Mullins, who I really do admire as a fellow follically challenged individual. No hat, just letting rain hit head. This is Andrew Lamb. About to tee off at the moment, a Pennant Hills Golf Club member, defending champion of the Pennant Hills Cup. Happy with that early. That's well tracked in flight. Oh, it got a very favourable kick off the tree. He'll take that every day. Now Kobe Carruthers on the tee. He looks pretty happy with that. So we've got cameras set up on all the feature holes. And the last of this group to go, George Howard. 30 years of age, plays at Gog Magog in the UK. He's actually the course record holder there. He has 5 hole-in-ones. 1 on a par 4 when he was playing in the Lagonda Trophy. It's a national event at Gogs every year. 5 hole-in-ones. We were talking at Tony Gresham's holdout on every par 3 at Pennant Hills. But Hazy, the first group are away and we are officially underway, although a provisional is about to be hit by George.
Well, one of the classic things that happens here, Sam, is that good play, good behaviour, bad play, bad behaviour, and I always feel comfortable walking up to him after a good shot. But George has hit a pretty rough one, the first one, and I was going to interview him, but now he's hit his provisional ball dead flush up the middle. So I think that one's better, but he's going to have to go and search for his first one. So I'll perhaps come back to you with an interview with him a little later on.
Thank you, Hazy. The ideal tee shot, you've just seen the one that George hit there with his second, because it does dogleg around to the left. Playing about 400 and just under 460 metres his first hole. And again, you've got to get over that gully, Devlin's Creek there, just below. All uphill, so you're not going to get much bang for your buck, especially on a wet day where it won't really run. But you can see there, this is about where George's second ended up. you'll still require a long iron or even a fairway wood to make that green, depending on how far you hit, of course. Greenside bunkers cut both right and left, you can see there as it funnels in to the green. I often see a lot of the club players will lay up the second shot rather than try and take on those bunkers and that narrow entry to the green. It looks pretty tough out there, so it is a credit to all of these players to not only be here today, but to say, yep, I'll still go out there. We'll get the socks wet. But what a special occasion this is. The 4th oldest golf course in Sydney, still in its original location. And that is a testament to the members over 100 years. Fantastic shot back down the fairway on the first. So I reckon today, if I'm not mistaken, they might be able to do a bit of lift, clean and replace. And how wet it might be underfoot. Well, let's go back to the first tee. Hazy, who have you got?
I've got Ryan Richards here, Sam, and I'm going to ask him if that space under the umbrella is here for rent. Mate, it's not getting any lighter this rain.
No, it's not. Hopefully it holds off for now, but yeah, it looked like it was clearing up, so yeah, it should be fine.
Now, you're a familiar face to me, but not in the sense of watched you play too much. I've watched your brother play a bit, Andy, a bit of a legend around here. I'm nowhere near his standard yet, but hopefully one day, keep practicing hard and should get there one day. So he's a club champion and a now professional, and a pretty good one at that. Is that what your ambition is?
Yeah, definitely. Playing lots of amateur tournaments, hopefully win a couple when I'm up to his standard. But that's definitely the goal for me, for sure. What's
it like having the world come to Pennant Hills today?
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, I mean, good for everyone to see how nice the course has been, and how hard the green staff has worked to get the course in great shape. So yeah, it should be a good test today.
Have you got a bit of a home ground advantage, do you reckon?
Oh, I don't know. I think on the greens, but yeah, I'm a bit erratic sometimes with my course management. Yeah.
Oh, that's what being amateur is about, learning all that stuff, right?
Yeah, 100%, yeah. It's good having Andy as well. He teaches me a lot of course management tricks and, tips which just comes from experience, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You look pretty at ease here doing interviews on the side of the first tee, 2 minutes before your tee time.
I mean, I don't know why, but yeah, it's just...
That's great.
Yeah.
So what's the tactics today? Do you try and just make them where they can? Because birdies can present themselves on this course.
Yeah, just fairways and greens, and it's definitely the tactic for me. And if roll a couple in early and get myself going, should be good.
I'll be let you go and catch up with the other boys before your tee time. Thanks for joining us, Ryan.
No worries, Mark. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Ryan Richards joining us there, Sam. I don't know how much all our viewers know Andy, his brother, a fantastic young player, and was here wandering around with the New South Wales amateur. Was here back in January and loved it, and still a big part of the club. So the Richards family playing their part here at Pennant Hills.
Beautifully done, Hazy. We're just looking back down the first. George Howard. Not sure if he found his first. Just heading up the hill to get a look and get his yardage for the second shot. As we mentioned, the international field today, we've got players from Royal Wellington, in New Zealand, of course. Gog Magog Golf Club, that's in Cambridge. That's where George Howard's from, who we're just having a look at there. In the UK, Seaton Carew in Hartlepool in the United Kingdom as well. And then we've got reciprocal club champions from Indooroopilly, just out of Brisbane, Riversdale Golf Club, Sanctuary Cove, Royal Canberra. Now, a name that we do well know for those who follow, especially the amateur golf scene, is Christopher Fan, who was the New South Wales medal winner recently at the New South Wales Amateur. He's with Hazy.
Sam, I am joined by Chris Fan, and I wouldn't have got this close to him during the New South Wales Amateur because he was smoking white hot. That was a pretty fair display of golf you turned on, mate.
Yeah, it was a pretty good week for me overall. I got the chance, I just sort of played some really good golf, and, this course sort of allowed the opportunity to go really low, just sort of with the course layout. And yeah, it was sort of good to get that sort of confidence, knowing that you can go out there and make a lot of birdies and do some damage. So it was good fun.
So not everyone who's watching this, Chris, is aware of what you did. So in the second 9 holes of the first round of the medal section of the tournament, I think you turned in even par, which is, it's lovely for most of us watching this, mere mortals. But then what happened on the back 9?
I managed to get on a run, chipped in on 10, and then birdied 11, and the next thing you know, I'd managed to make 8 straight, which was really nice.
Just the 8 straight?
Yeah. Tried to go for the 9th, but then fortunately missed it in the bunker, but it's all right.
So that's, I think, is it 35 in maybe? So that's 27 you had on that side?
Yeah, I believe so.
Have you ever done anything like that before?
No, not quite 8, but yeah, it was nice to sort of be able to enjoy that moment, and it's sort of nice for the self-belief to know that it can be done.
So we talked a bit earlier on the broadcast about some of the legends who have strode these fairways, have walked these fairways in the past. What's it like to, I think, share a piece of the course record with some of those guys?
Yeah, it's an honour, knowing these guys and what they've done for Australian golf, and they're still legends in the game that we talk about nowadays. People like Tony Gresham, Tony Dart, the people who sort of grew up here, and yeah, they're sort of just the living legends, which is pretty cool.
You sound pretty familiar with the course too. The history of it as well as some of the players. Obviously, these modern players.
Yeah. I've played here since I was about 12 or 13, so I've sort of been here every year for the Pennant Hills Cup, and they've had various other events here. So yeah, I'm familiar with this club, and yeah, they're not too far from my home club, Avondale. So yeah, we're close clubs. And
it's what they're doing here today for the Centenary Open is quite remarkable, isn't it? To have the players from around the world, around the country here on your next to home turf, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's pretty special. It's not just your normal, ordinary Varden event. There's a little bit more meaning to it, and I think it's nice that they've added that touch to make it that little bit more special.
What if I put the favourite tag on you today? How would that sit?
I've done my preparation for today. I feel good about my game, so hopefully I just go out there and play some good golf and see what happens at the end of the day.
Tee time's approaching here. I better let you go. Thanks, Chris. We'll be watching.
Thanks, Hazy.
Chris Fan, Sam, and seriously talented young man. And look, if he can get running like he did here back in January, it's going to be very hard to catch him. 8 birdies on the bounce.
Yeah, I think the favourite tag is pretty well justified, Hazy. And at 22, 23 years of age, it's now the big question about when he might make the move to professional ranks. He was 35th in the recently run New South Wales Open, which was at Rich River. He's been playing some of the professional events as well after that 3rd place in the New South Wales Amateur. When would you think that would be likely for him to make that jump? We'll get back to Hazy in just a moment as our second group about to tee off Group 1B. Let's get back to you, Hazy.
Cade Weber, and he's launched a beautiful drive up here on the first. really impressive. That's probably the best one we've seen so far in the first 5 players from Cade Weber. As I searched through my notes here, Cade's from Stonecutters Ridge out in the western suburbs of Sydney. To answer your question earlier about Chris Fan, I think he's not too far away from taking the plunge. He's very much a streaky player, but he's that sort of player who can probably get the job done at a couple of professional tournaments through his career and, be good enough to make a living out of it. He's not going to be the one who churns away and is near the top of the order of merit the whole time, but he definitely can win a couple of tournaments here and there. I'm really impressed by the way he can catch fire and go low when he gets hot. So now we've already spoken to young Kieran Sim here from Royal Wellington Golf Club. 61 kilos ringing wet, and he'll definitely be ringing wet this morning, Sam. So this is the 112 mile an hour club head speed we're talking about. Only had, yeah, that is long, and that is a beauty from Kieran Sim as well. So a lovely start from the live Kiwi, shall we? Can we call him the live Kiwi?
No, absolutely, Hayes. You can roll with that. Gee, that was impressive. He said unofficially, pound for pound, he's got the longest hitting in the world, and he absolutely smoked that.
He did indeed, and this is Chris Fan. It'll be a good test because Chris Fan gets it out there too, so this will be a good indicator of just how far Kieran Sim hits it. Oh, and that's gone well left off the tee. It's on the safe side in terms of out of bounds, but that is substantially left off the tee here, Sam. Can't see that one at all, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and there is an out of bounds on the left as well, so you do want to be right, sort of working with that ridge that we've been having a look at. So not the ideal start. You mozzed him, Hazy. You told him he was the favourite, and that's what happens. Commentator's curse, my friend.
Oh, that was brutal of me on the first tee. And here's Ryan Richards, the lovely young man here from the Pennant Hills Golf Club. Happy to do an interview. Hasn't got the runs on the board that his brother has, but he was also happy to talk, and he's launched one up the left centre of the fairway, and I think he's pretty happy with that. Should catch the edge of the fairway up there. So Ryan Richards away, and I guess the first 2 groups that we're going to keep a lot of an eye on today are away, Sam.
Nicely done, Hazy. So, in tricky conditions, the Pennant Hills Centenary Open is off and going. And this is our first group, so just Mark putting his ball back down there. Zach Mullins, who's now wisely given himself a bit of relief with that umbrella. The approach shot that we saw earlier from Andrew Lamb, who we saw tee off a little earlier in this group, who's the defending champion of the Pennant Hills Cup. Just about pin high, maybe about a 10 to 12 foot putt. And that was for par, I reckon, for Zach. His second shot came just off the green to the right-hand side. So this is Andrew Lamb. This is a birdie putt here. Might be the only player out there with a caddy. So taking this very seriously. Proud club member, would dearly love to win the Centenary Open. This would be the ideal start for him. He's given it a good roll too. Well, that's what knowing these greens and playing them week in, week out will do. So nice start. Andrew Lamb, I reckon that's a birdie to start off. And this is Kobe Carruthers. I think this would be for par, if I'm not mistaken. And he rattles that home. And George Howard from Gogmagog in Cambridge. 2022 club champion there. Don't know if he found his first. So the first group walk off the first and head to the par 4 second. And in the red jumper there, you can see Kieran Sim from Royal Wellington, who smoked his drive. Considerably further ahead of Ryan Richards, who you can see there to your right of screen. So from just off the fairway, again taking the bottom hand away, and might have just duffed that, taking the turf before the ball. Did Ryan Richards. So still not in any great bother. Get an open look at that pin set. Probably about 10 on and a few in from the right. Kieran Sim on screen there, and that is a great shot. And you can just see how steep the climb is up to the green, having to jump up to get a look at the pin. It really does tell the story. So he's taking what looks to be maybe a 5-wood. So even with all the distance off the tee, still a fair distance to travel. And that looks to be working well from right to left for Cade Webber. Don't know if he got the full journey. As we said, so off the blue, 457 metres this par 5, the opening hole. Hazy, second shot for Kieran here.
From just over 215, it's tracking beautifully. Very clean contact from out here, Sam, amid the rain, and there is preferred lies here, which is colloquially referred to as lift, clean and cheat, and he's taken full advantage of that here, and that could be very close, I think.
Yeah, just off the front edge with the second shot there.
And then from way out on the left side here, actually on the 17th fairway, Chris Fan, he's found himself a really good break here, and he's trying to play a hard hook, and he's done that pretty successfully, and that'll be up somewhere right of the green, I would imagine, Sam.
So, Hazy, has he had to take a drop? Was he out of bounds, or he's still in play?
No, he's very much in play, so he would have had to go back and reload had he been out of bounds. So that was his second shot, and he's just played a big roping draw, and he should be okay to pitch it in for his third back to get onto regulation sort of settings.
Thank you, Hazy. Just we're starting to see that rain a bit more clearly on our screens. Has it picked up a bit? Has it gotten heavier?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's much heavier than it was when the first group teed off. It's the problem here is, as we've discussed previously, Sam, the water table is very high. Pennant Hills endured 2.3 metres of rain throughout 2022, and just hasn't, with the on and off summer of Sydney this summer, just hasn't had the chance to get away the water, and the problem will come here when the water starts gathering on the greens. So that's the big thing to keep an eye out for here, because we can do what we want on the fairway in terms of lift, clean and place, but we definitely don't want to be putting through still water on the green.
No, and it's a great point you make too, and especially about the disjointed summer that we have. We never really had continual hot days that we're used to in the Australian summer for the course to be able to dry out and recover from that rain that you mentioned. So it never really got the chance to heal.
So this is actually Ryan Richards out here from about 106 metres, Sam. He'll want to carry this all of 106. This will come back a little bit. There's a bit of a slope from back to front on this green, and it's going to be a fairly soft landing. We'll have to get used to the soft landings all day. So he's got to pick a number that probably flies a couple of metres past the pin here. Bit of a sloppy Sam when he hits it from just off the fairway. Wasn't able to clean it, but he's dialed it in beautifully. What a shot that is.
Yeah, that will be a bit of sweet relief, and you can see the smile there too, because he wasn't racked with his first couple of shots. Oh, nice little tip of the cap as well. I think this is one of the special things too, Hazy. For a lot of these players, they've never seen a camera on course while they've been playing, unless it's a friend getting an iPhone out.
No, that's 100% correct. And Ryan has definitely seen his, as we mentioned earlier, his older brother, Andy, who's a very accomplished player and now a professional, and was actually leading the New South Wales Open at Concord a couple of years ago. He's seen them around him, but he's never had the opportunity to get in the bright lights himself. So really big opportunity for Ryan today, and to have it, I think, on his home course is even more special. So I don't know, if we see shots like that, that's a pretty good indicator of his ability to handle them too.
Was he the 2021 New South Wales Amateur Champion, Andrew?
Yeah, that's the one, yes.
Yeah. So, nice, some impressive golfing pedigree in the Richards family, Hazy.
It is, and now we've moved up to Cade Webber here, about to play his third from, well, normally it wouldn't be such a bad lie, but it's obviously pretty heavy. You listen to the ball clunk here as he hits it. Only 25 or 26 metres from the flag. It came off very heavy. He's picked it up reasonably well. And I think that's actually rolled out a little bit. It's hard to see it from where I'm standing, Sam, but that looks pretty good.
No, it has. He set himself up a birdie putt. It's on this par 5, and we'll update you on scores when we can. They're going to come through throughout the course of the morning. But we certainly have definitely, Andrew Lamb either birdied or eagled on this first hole. We'll wait confirmation on that as we were getting back to you on the tee box when they were playing that first hole. But you've got Christopher Fan here.
Yeah, he's got to flop it over the bunker and stop it. He's played it nicely. It's just a matter of whether it'll check in time. Only had 30 metres to the pin, and looks like he's made a pretty good fist of that one as well, so that'll give him a birdie chance here on the first.
Yeah, albeit a long one. He overshot the pin by a fair margin and actually released a lot more than I would be expecting too, Hazy. And we just got the shot there of that first green, and exactly what you were talking about with the water starting to pool and gather. It's actually doing that at the front edge already.
I'm just getting up into position to be able to sort of check that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. And it's not as bad as it was. It's definitely not as bad as it was an hour ago. So that's the main thing. It is hopefully dissipating. At the back where Chris Fan's ball is, that is starting to pool again. At the front here, I'm pretty sure this is going to be Kieran Sims' third shot. So we will have this for an eagle chip. I'm not sure how it stayed where it is. If it was dry here at Pennant Hills, that ball's in the bunker 99 times out of 100. So it's a roll back, amazingly perched just above the sand. Not where you want to be today to sand. So he's got a really good break here, the young Kiwi. He's got to bump that out. No, it's checked up. He won't be happy with that shot. He's still got a birdie chance, but he's left himself 4 or 5 metres, and he probably would have expected to get that a little closer.
It's amazing all the little things that rain affects, Hazy. Not just, you know, your comfortability during your swing, but what it does to the grass, which means that how you've got to, you know, get your hands through, mate. You know, all those little things that you have to adjust for because of what the wet does.
Well, a really good example here, Sam, was and it's going to make it absolutely paramount to hit fairways. You saw what Kieran was able to do from the fairway and what the others haven't been able to do from the rough. If you can pick your ball up, give it a wipe and put it down in a friendly lie, you're in business here still. But if you have to clunk one through the rough here, it's some pretty heavy duty rough on occasion. It's not that it's long or anything, and it's very evenly balanced, but it's wet and it's deep at the moment. Haven't been able to, you won't get too many high and dry lies here, that's for sure today. So it's going to make a massive difference if you can hit the fairways here. It's a big advantage. Chris Van copped a really, really good break after me dobbing him in as favourite on the first tee. It was a really poor tee shot by his standards, but he got a good break, found the 17th fairway and was able to hook one around, keep it in play, and the resultant birdie putt here, even though unlikely, means he's not going to find himself penalised for that drive. This will normally break quite a bit from his left to right and normally be very fast, but you see him give it a pretty big wrap. It's turning, but not quite enough. So a kick in par here, Sam, for Chris Van on the first.
I can tell you, Hazy, that we've already got an eagle that's been scored for the day, because Derek Cooper is 3 under through 2 holes, which is incredible going in these conditions. He's a Pennant Hills Golf Club local.
And here's another Pennant Hills player, Ryan Richards. Got about 7 or 8 metres directly up the hill. Watch how firm he wraps this one. I'm still not sure it's going to make it. Yeah, it's really starting to play havoc on the greens here. That he gave that a massive knock, and it's still come up a foot and a half short. I think he'll be happy to, as you say, in front of the cameras, tap in for a 5, just settle the nerves. It's got a lot of potential. And now Kieran Sim, the 61 kilogram. I'm going to keep referring to that. That's I don't want to say too much, Sam, but it's approximately half of what I'm carrying around the Pennant Hills Golf Club today. I can tell you that. Sim, about 6 metres. He's learned from his playing partners, but he's knocked it actually to the right of the cup, I think, from where I'm standing. Yep. He should make the comebacker here, but disappointing to not cash in on his length here, and obviously that's his, if you'll pardon the pun, that's his 1 wood, and look, he happy enough with a par, but disappointed. That's a really gilt-edged opportunity that's gone begging there, unfortunately, for Sim. Remember at Royal Wellington, just in a beautiful part of the world,
isn't it?
About 30-minute drive north of the city there, up in the Hutt Valley, and just an amazing location. I was lucky enough to be there for the Asia Pacific Amateur a few years ago, and they showed the world just how good a venue that is. He must be a very special golfer, as is Mary we spoke to earlier as well. So Cade Webber, loves it. Rammed that in and walked it in. So that's a really good putt there from Cade Webber. So he's got a friend of his on the bag down there. So he strides back down to give her the putter, and a bit of a wry smile on his face, or not a wry smile, a smile of delight to get away with that one. That was a beautiful putt.
Well called, Hazy, and there's, I knew it might have been too good to be true, but there's been a correction on that Derek Cooper score. I had him in at -3 after 2. It's now been changed to he's 1 under through 2. So, unfortunately, the excitement of a potential eagle and birdie start for one of our players has been put paid to, but he is an early leader through a couple of holes as some early scores start to come through. So, first couple of groups off the first underway. Shotgun start today. There's about 130 players, and as Hazy said, they've not only come from all around New South Wales and Australia. We've got players from Riversdale Golf Club, Indooroopilly Golf Club in Queensland, WA Golf Club, Sanctuary Cove, Royal Canberra. Also the international flavour from Gog Magog Golf Club in Cambridge, Seaton Carew in Hartlepool, and Royal Wellington we've just heard about. As Hazy was discussing Kieran Sim, who's the reigning club champion there for the men's, and we spoke a little earlier to the women's defending champion or club champion, Mary Spear. And we're up on the 4th tee here. This is the par 3 fourth. We heard before that Tony Gresham, 82 years of age, one of Australia's greatest ever amateur players, is actually holed out on every one of the par 3s. Which is quite extraordinary at this course. One of its most well-known and well-loved members was Tony Gresham. So we've just got every possible type, apart from someone carrying their clubs with the backpack club, that is a picture of complete variation. We've got the motorised cart on the left, a cart puller, 2 cart pushers, all with the umbrellas. And then on the right there, the bag even has a raincoat on. 4-wheel, I've never seen a 4-wheel golf cart before. So we've got the 3-wheelers, the 4-wheelers. No one doing the backpack carry though. It doesn't look incredibly comfortable out there today, it must be said. So it is a credit to the players for heading out, making sure they honour this incredibly special occasion for the Pennant Hills Golf Club, the Pennant Hills Centenary Open. We were here in January for the New South Wales Amateur, won by Belle Edouard on the men's side. And 16-year-old Shyla Singh, who beat 14-year-old Godiva Kim on the women's side of the draw. This is a flyover of the 4th hole. As we said, the first of the par 3s. Longer than it looks, 175 off the blue. We've got bunkers short left. They are well guarded. Well, that green is well guarded by those bunkers. You can see the back slope to the left as well. So if you're long, you're going to end up on the green behind with that steep roll off the back. So it is a tricky, tricky hole. And just to give you an idea of how tough this golf course is to play, this is only ranked as the 11th hardest hole on the course. Just off the green. That's nicely done to set up a par putt. He'll bump and run, won't release as much as he would have liked. So a bit of work there to do to salvage a par. Rain continues to bucket down. Maybe not bucket down, but you're certainly seeing it on the lens of the camera, which means it's got some steadiness to it. So 20 degrees today, maximum of, so it's not going to be too cold, which is good. It's around 16 at the moment. There is a thunderstorm warning around. 90% chance of rain, it says on the bomb. I think we could safely say that's 100%, and that just didn't get moving enough up that slope. So nobody able to find the green off the tee. Oh. That's the last thing you want, even without the cameras on, let alone when they are. We've all been there, though. Now, the first time that we broadcast on the Play Today Metaverse, actually had the king of sling, Mac Boucher, who did a lot of this off the green with a hybrid or even a fairway wood, just to get it a little up and over and give it a bit more run. And that'll set up a bogey putt there. If you are joining us on the Metaverse, wrapped to have you on board. So just on screen there, Will Hoven playing with Matthew Davidson, Dean Marshall and Andrew Thal today. That was a par putt gone begging there. This is an uphill par putt. Employing the claw grip on the putt. That's going to be short. Actually wasn't short, just pushed it out to the left. So taps in for bogey. Always good to be able to see the brighter side of it. This, I think, is for par for Will. Yep, knocks that in. Got a feeling that Will there might have actually played college golf in the US. Maybe we'll see if we can throw Hazy under the bus and he might be able to tell us if that's the same Will Hoven from Caddens, Mount Aloysius. Mount Aloysius College in Pennsylvania in the US. Hazy, that's a job for you. If we've got you back online, is that the same Will Hoven that went to college at Mount Aloysius in Pennsylvania and played golf for them?
Jeez, that is a seriously good question. I'm going to go with yes, but I'll come back to you and try and confirm later on. I know it's in regional Pennsylvania, but that's about all I've got for you at the moment. We're actually in position on the 4th here. Can you guys want to, is that where we are?
Absolutely.
No worries. Well, this is one of our international visitors. This is Charlotte Carter, as in the German pronunciation of how it looks there, Sam. So she's born in Germany, but is representing the Gogmagog Golf Club, which is just near Cambridge. as we've discussed earlier. She's going to run that one up. This would be like a midsummer's day for those from Cambridge. I'm gonna really hop into the English weather here. So she's got to jump up in a list of favourites, because this is just pure English joy for her. Born in Germany, but resides obviously near Cambridge there at the moment, Charlotte Carter. So I just had a chat to her. She's a very likeable young woman, and a bit more about her later on. I'll try and get her on camera here in a few minutes' time. This is Audi White from Sanctuary Cove Golf Club up in Queensland. Another low shot out to the right off the tee here. Just all about the run, whether she can get it around that bunker, and I haven't seen it emerge from the sand there, Sam, so I'm going to say that she's left herself a 45 metre bunker shot to this back left pin, and that is 100% or maybe 90% by the Bureau of Meteorology. What you don't want to do on a day like today is give yourself long bunker shots.
No, it's a good call.
And I want to double check here, but I'm pretty sure that this is Ali Marlborough, a member of Indooroopilly Golf Club in Queensland. And she's also found the green front and centre here. So all carry there, a different way to playing it than we saw the Charlotte Carter take. But this is the young player I've got a fair bit of interest in, Sam. She's another representative of the home club, Pennant Hills. Just young. I think she's 15 from what I can make out from people talking around the club earlier. But Desiree Herden, full of potential. On her home course, starts it out to the right here. Doesn't look it. She's got bad body language after the shot, and she's flared that out to the right. I think it's between the traps, actually. But there's quite high hopes that she's got what it takes to be competitive at the next level up. So big raps on Desiree Herden. We'll look forward to seeing how her round unfolds today.
Fantastic insight as always, Hazy.
It's fascinating, Sam. All the I've only bumped into probably half of them so far and just said g'day, but the international visitors here from Gog Magog and Royal Wellington and Seaton Carew, I don't think they can believe it. For that matter, some of the interstate visitors too. It's just it is one of the iconic cities in the world. To get to come to Sydney and be part of something like this is just, it's a dream for a lot of them, especially, we're not talking about the elite amateur golfers that sometimes we see here representing Golf England or Golf New Zealand. It's, these are club champions, normal members of normal clubs, and just the reciprocity of the relationship has enabled them to be here in Australia, and to take advantage of this is just something that is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, or once-in-a-century opportunity, really. So amazing generosity from Pennant Hills, and these guys and girls are just living the dream, literally.
And I think Desiree Herden actually played a couple of the TPS events in the junior division.
Yeah, I think that's right, Sam. And those spots are reserved. Not reserved. That's the wrong word. But they're earmarked for players with potential. The high performance programs of each of the state nominate, who they would like to see go to those events in concert with Golf Australia and the WPGA in this instance, and they obviously have the same spies that I have. They've thought enough of her to give her a spot in those tournaments, and I'm sure she'll benefit from that at the end of this season. Obviously, coming around to the end of a long season, she'll benefit from that when she goes back to the drawing board a bit. So this is Audi White here, Sam, from the bunker. She's got all of 50 metres here, and then she's got it relatively close. It means she's going to have to blast it up and carry it a long way, and she hasn't been able to do that. It's going to come up well short.
She's been club champion 4 times at Sanctuary Cove, Hazy, originally from Indonesia and moved to the Gold Coast 10 years ago and has been a member there for 9 years. And she's been district champion twice as well, so really successful club golfing career for Audi White.
Is that district champion is a big deal everywhere in Australia, but particularly on the Gold Coast, Sam, as you know, just so many really competitive clubs. There's a lot of young talent. They all go there and flock there, not only from Australia, but from around the world to go and benefit their golf. We've seen, a handful of young, I guess, Asian players by birth, but take residence on the Gold Coast to further their game. Amy Yang comes to mind, a very good player. They do take residence a lot on the Gold Coast. We've seen Shyla Singh, we've seen Sarah Hammett, we've seen Godiva Kim, we've seen a lot of players. Of course, Kim and Singh were the finalists here in the New South Wales Am only a couple of months ago, also from the Gold Coast. So for Audi to be able to be having that on her resume is a very good achievement in a young career. So now we cross back on the same side, but a much better position for Desiree Hurden. She's found the gap between the bunkers and still 35 metres away, but she'll be able to carry it most of the way to the pin, and she's got up on the top deck, and that's a beauty. Really well thought out, good knowledge of the greens. It's pins tucked up on a ridge at the back left of this green here on the 4th, and for her to be able to play that shot just shows you how many skills she's got in this range. So that's fantastic golf.
Certainly is. Plonked that nicely. So, Ali Marborough looks
I'm not
first
sure what
to
you've
go
got for
here.
us on. I'm not sure what you've got for us on Marlborough, Sam, from your repertoire of knowledge, but she did tell me before that she prefers Ali, so we'll try and roll with Ali where it's possible here for young Marlborough from Indooroopilly.
Indooroopilly Golf Club. She was club champion runner-up. She was the match play club champion winner in earlier this year. Started playing at the age of 5 at Hope Island. Pursued a career in law after she quit golf at 16. Then picked it up 8 or 9 years later, joining Indooroopilly in 2022.
One of the great clubs, Indooroopilly. She's got to give this a massive wrap to get it up onto that top tier, and as hard as she hit it, it's still going to pull up probably the best part of 3 metres short. It's just a real catch today. These greens, already slow, have just been made so much slower by, well over an inch of rain now. We had an inch overnight, and it's probably closer to 40 mils now, I'd suggest, the way this rain's tumbling down. So here's Charlotte Carter from Gog Magog Golf Club. Sounds like an insurance ad of yesteryear, Sam, doesn't it? Gog Magog. Carter here from about 15 or 16 metres. Big tier, 3/4 of the way through her putt. She got a good lesson, I would imagine, from watching Ali putt a second ago. Still can't get it to the hole, but that's the best chance we've got of a par coming up. It's amazing how slow these greens are. We saw them how fast they were in January, and now they're exact opposite here with all this recent rain. So I think it's a really good indicator of how switched on they all are with their golf, as opposed to try and keeping dry, by how much notice they can take of their opponent's travails. We saw Carter give that ball a very big wrap based on what she saw Ali Marlborough's ball do, but still couldn't get it to the hole. So if Audi White's been watching, this one will look like she's trying to, I guess, pierce the boundary fence with a cover drive. She's really going to have to smash it. She's still 10 metres away, straight up the hill, and there's a very big tier after about 6 metres, about there. Well, she's done very well in learning, but she's missed it to the left, but still good sign of what she's taken on board from the other players. Unfortunately, she's still got about 3 feet left for her, what would be a bogey, Sam.
Hazy, I've been Googling Gog Magog, and it's got a couple of different iterations and origins. It's a biblical reference. Gog was a person and Magog was the land, but Gog Magog was a legendary giant in Welsh and English mythology. He was a giant inhabitant of Albion. He was thrown off a cliff in a wrestling match with Corineus. Gog Magog was the last of the giants found by Brutus and his men inhabiting the land of Albion. There we go. Case closed.
You shouldn't have told me you were Googling. You shouldn't have told me you were Googling, because I would have been so impressed if you just peeled that off.
Unfortunately, my expertise is in Greek mythology, so...
Oh, here's Desiree Herden for par. This would be a lovely 3 if she can make this. Oh, tried to turn in for her, but just a little bit firm on that line. That's a second consecutive 4 in this group. We saw Ali Marlborough suffer the same fate a second ago. I'm going to ask you a Greek mythology question in a while, Sam. You better be on it.
Well, there's a little tongue-in-cheek because my partner, the beautiful Evie, her background is Greek. Both her parents born there, so it was. She'll be watching. She would have got a kick out of that.
Here's Carter. I think she looks least affected by the rain, if I can say that. I'm not even hanging on people from Cambridgeshire. I think that she just looks like she's played in the rain a lot more than some of the others. So if you're offended in Cambridgeshire, I apologise. I actually mean it in a good way. She looks like she's well adjusted to these conditions, or not well, but as well as you can be. And here's Audi White for a bogey. And she's got it. So 3 bogeys there from that women's group. Unfortunately, a much more challenging hole than it otherwise might be in these conditions.
Yeah, the 11th hardest hole on the course it is, Hazy, which just goes to show you how tough a course this is to play. If you're going to go low, you've got to earn it. That rain continuing to bear down. I looked at the BOM app too, and it said it couldn't even show me the radar. So I don't know if we should be worried about that we've lost access to the radar.
I don't want to say too much, but I just saw 2 ants, 2 elephants, 2 giraffes, and they said something about an ark. I don't know what's going on.
Now this is Mary Spear, who you spoke to earlier, Hazy, the club champion at Royal Wellington.
Beautiful shot up. Yeah, she's played a beautiful shot up the right-hand side here and got it back to pin high. She's still a long way from the flag, but it's a really nice shot in these conditions to make the judgment of distances. It's arguably the most important thing here, especially with the ball either skidding or plopping it in the wetter areas and not running it out. So,
Priya Khanna from Riversdale Golf Club in Victoria, 3-time club champion here. She also works for Golf Australia, Hazy, as the head of strategy.
Look at this.
Oh!
Wow.
How close?
She's taken a very interesting strategy there, Sam. That was straight at it. To me, it looked like a tiny pool, but she obviously knew what she was doing, and that's finished within 3, maybe 3.5 feet of the flag, and actually ran very close on the left edge. I don't think we'll see every shot in here today, but I'll be staggered if that's not the nearest to pin at the end of the day's play today. I'm struggling to pick these people up. I'm sorry, Sam, it's in the rain here. It's a bit hard. I'm not sure if that was Marty Evans or Debbie Franklin. Debbie Franklin, of course, another one of our English visitors from Seaton Carew up towards Newcastle on the northeast side of England. There's another aggressive line here off the tee. No, but it's just looks like it's found the sand there in the front left, and that's going to represent another wicked shot here for the second.
Yep.
That's a really good shot that Priya Khan has played in here. It must have missed the flag by, well, the cup by a matter of centimetres on the left-hand side. It's finished almost directly behind the hole from where she hit it. So within 3.5 feet, that's an early contender for shot of the day.
So it was Marty Evans who went last there, so you were right, Hazy. It was Deb Franklin who came up a bit short to the left, and she was a previous club captain of Seaton Carew, which is, again, another time-honoured golf club. 1874 it was founded. And Deb's represented the ladies team and actually represented Durham County in the ladies and the juniors. Been playing since she was 16 years of age. And she must marvel, Hazy, at the fact now that she's, you know, the group ahead has a young lady who is 16 years of age now, or 15 years of age now, and has been playing since single digits. It's a sign of the times, isn't it, how young...
Absolutely, Sam. And look, one of the things, if we had the chance to you know, talk about this as the day goes on, but this is a club of great history, and its history is proudly amateur based. It's held some big events, and the beauty of amateur golf is that, you know, my grandma, rest her soul, could have gone to play against Tiger Woods in an amateur sense. So there's no stopping a 16-year-old competing against an 85-year-old, and it's if you can maintain your form and you can compete at the highest level, or you can just play handicap tournaments, it gives everyone a great chance to compete at a very high level. There's handicap tournaments to a very high level, so yeah, it's a fascinating thing to see a range of ages like this. It's really good.
I would have backed your grandma too.
She was a pretty mean putter, I can tell you that.
Yeah, Deb Franklin.
That's well judged here. That was not a great tee shot, Sam, obviously, to be halfway up the fairway there, but she's played a really nice second and has found herself with an outside chance of still scrambling a par. So we move down to Marty Evans, I believe, from Western Australia Golf Club in the bunker here. This is not typically West Australian conditions by any means, and she's knifed that, unfortunately. That's trickled down a long way over the back, and that's probably equally as hard a shot coming back up. She's got to climb a big pitch and then try to keep that ball on the tier where the hole is. It's going to be no mean feat either, so she's scrambling up against it here already on the fourth.
Speaking of Tiger, Hazy, we spoke before that Pennant Hills Golf Club has drawn comparisons to Augusta National, given the undulating hills and the steepness of the rises both up and down. Masters next week. Of Tiger's 5, 97, 01, 02, 05 and 2019, which is your favourite Tiger Woods Masters win?
Oh, that's a loaded question, because there's so many great reasons. I think historically the one in 2019 is going to stand the test of time for him to do that. But then you go back and think about the 97 one when he shocked the world, as they said, and that really was the dawning moment of that whole new era of golf. As we see Mary Spear here, a rare birdie opportunity on the fourth hole. She's given it a fair wrap, and it's actually turned left and hopefully stays on top of the top tier.
No.
Just clings on there. That was just clings on there, Sam. So that wasn't her best putt. That's missed substantially to the left. Didn't see that much borrow in it, unfortunately. And now Marty Evans still has 15, 16 metres back to the pin here. A really difficult shot. She's got the open face of a lob wedge, and she's flopped it nicely, but I think it's going to track down onto the lower tier of the green. That was even money favourite that it would finish down there. She couldn't risk leaving it trickle back to her feet, so she's taken the safety option there and got it back down onto the bottom tier of the green, and she's still got a chance to make her bogey here. And to round that out, Sam, I'm not sure what your thoughts are on that, but the putt with the swoosh,
yeah,
you know, and the whole iconic moment of Steve Williams on the 16th green. I mean, that's golf folklore. That's just the most replayed thing arguably in the history of golf. So he's got three great contenders in my eyes. I'm going to plump for 2019 though, because I never imagined that to be possible. Just written him off completely, and was one of the fools to do that. So that's the one, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to go with 97 just because 2019 isn't possible, I don't think, without 97. I mean, the legacy was created on that day, wasn't it? He'd only been professional, I think, for a year.
Yeah.
And you're right. I mean, they couldn't have asked for a better ad campaign night, could they, with the swoosh on the ball?
No, that's exactly right. Unfortunately here, Sam, Marty Evans' nightmare on this short fourth is continuing, and she's marking her ball here now, and she's still the best part of 4 feet short, and she'll have that for double bogey. So coming a little bit unglued here for Marty Evans of the Western Australia Golf Club on this seemingly innocuous par 3, but it's as we saw with the previous group, and here it's easy to run up a score if you get something wrong. So now we've got Debbie Franklin from Seton Karoo. Played a really good second to get to this point, but she's knocked it through the break. And she too's got herself best part of 4 feet back, Sam, for a bogey putt. So it's bearing its fangs, isn't it? This little hole, and the big one who's giggling away here in the background, metaphorically, she wouldn't do it literally, is Priya Khanna, because they're all just burning shots around her, and she hasn't even strode up to play her second shot yet. So here comes Mary Spear for her par from about 10 feet. Should break a little bit from her left to the right at the end, but she's hit it through that, and she's going to have a 3-putt bogey here, unfortunately. Sam, it's taking no prisoners, this little fourth, is it?
No, as I said, and I'll repeat it, 11th hardest hole. I know the conditions are playing a part today as well, but 11th hardest.
Yeah, that means some carnage in other aspects of the course. Here's Priya Khanna, and that is an amazing 2 there from the Victorian, and she's all smiles as she walks back to her caddy, and look, that's picking up at least 1, probably 2 on the majority of the field here on the fourth in the women's section, and in this instance here, unfortunately for Marty Evans, it might even be 3 because this is for a double bogey 5. Wouldn't have played in conditions like this in Perth for a very long time. Yeah, nice little roll there, and she makes the 5. Got the look of someone who wasn't thrilled with her second shot still, unfortunately. So double bogey 5 for Evans, but the big news there was Priya Khanna from the Riversdale Golf Club in Melbourne. Does get a little bit wet underfoot there, and she's done really well there to make a 2. I don't know how much she realises how close that was to a 1. That's a good comeback putt there from Debbie Franklin, and she's taps in for her 4. And hopefully we see the same here from Mary Spear from Royal Wellington. Disappointing 3-putt, but still a nice 4 after a lovely tee shot. So our second of the seeded women's groups moves through, and the big winner there was Priya Khanna, Sam.
Yeah, nicely done, Hazy. It'd be good to get a vote on that, I reckon, what we were talking about. It was 05, it was the chip in with the swoosh teetering on the edge of the cup, wasn't it? And the high 5 that people still think that maybe Steve Williams and Tiger didn't quite nail after that.
I do feel for, I think, was it from memory, and I'm really flying blind here, but I think it was Chris DeMarco who got caught up in that sort of swoosh thing. I think he was the one who looked like contending until Tiger cracked out the heroics, as he was wont to do at that era of his life. That just wouldn't have happened to anyone else, so it's quite remarkable. And Chris DeMarco is just a footnote, really, in golfing history in terms of the majors, anyhow. And you know, it's hard to sort of think how close he came to being a Masters champion, and he got overrun by, well, arguably the most replayed shot, as I said, in USPGA Tour history. So Chris DeMarco, the big loser on that day. I've heard him talk about it, though. He's got fond memories of the whole thing, and he's a lovely guy to listen to. So I think all's not lost for him. He's probably not down to his last couple of pennies.
No, certainly not. I'm still going to stick with 97, I reckon. 12-stroke win ahead of Tom Kite. Still the largest win in the tournament's history. Youngest player to ever win it at 21. And it was the start of one of the greatest sporting careers, probably top 5 sporting careers of all time.
Oh, there's a long and left shot here. The guys are actually found a bit, Sam, and in encouraging news, because I 100% agree with what you're saying about Tiger's career. It's actually a little bit lighter here in the last 3 or 4 minutes. It's still raining, but the water's not gathering on the greens as it had been previously. So, I don't trust the weather forecast too much these days, especially what we've all endured around this country in the last 18 months or so. But I've just got the feeling that we might just maybe have seen the worst of this for a little while at least. So hopefully we can get a few holes around here in the Centenary Open here at Pennant Hills. And all 4 guys here in this group coming to the 4th now of either on the green or just on the fringe. In fact, the one on the fringe is the closest to the cup. So four realistic or outside, let's say, birdie chances here on the 4th coming up, Sam.
And that's my new favourite player there, George Howard. I am a backpack bag carrier as well. And to see him doing that, club champion at Gog Magog. .30 years of age, got the course record too at Gog Magog on the old course. Not only on his own bag, but carrying his own bag. So this group too. And the last to tee off there, Hazy, was Andrew Lamb, who's the defending champion of the Pennant Hills Cup. He's a major pennant player, plays a lot with his son Riley. He came up a little short, but his local knowledge today is going to be pretty important.
Oh, absolutely. It's you've got to think that the vast majority of the reciprocal rights clubs here, the players hadn't set foot on this beautiful Northern Sydney course until Wednesday this week. So they're coming off, you heard Mary Spears say earlier, she went and used her reciprocal rights, I think probably also at Royal Sydney to get a hit there from Royal Wellington. But she's only played here 3 times, and I think that's going to be pretty typical of most of our international visitors, and more than likely a lot of the interstate visitors as well, unless they're absolute elite amateurs, which is probably not quite the case here today. They're really, really good, but they're not of that elite squad variety, so to speak, just of yet anyhow. So local knowledge, to answer your question, is paramount here, and the wetter it gets, the more that's going to come into play, I reckon.
And I think there'll be a real determination from the Pennant Hills players on what is such a momentous occasion for them. 100 years, the Centenary Open. There'll only be one. For it to have their name, but then the words Pennant Hills GC next to that on the trophy, they'll be really locked in and really, I think, determined to get this win for their club.
Oh, I think that's a good point. A chance to probably get a couple of free frothies in the clubhouse over the next couple of months too for
and
defending
the bragging
the club's
rights.
honour. So we should never forget that. Yeah, that'll be secondary to the frothies while they're still on offer. And here's your man from Gog Magog, George Howard. Unfortunately, comes up a little bit short here, but you've got to like not only is he carrying his own bag, Sam, but also in the shorts too. Just shows you he's very much at home in these, I want to say wintry conditions.
Probably hoping to pick up a bit of a tan, perhaps.
I might ask him that if we get a chance to chat in a minute. So, dear. So now we've got Andrew Lamb. He's all business, and to be fair, he's got the shorts on too. It's not cold out here; it's just wet.
No.
So we're still, in the low to mid-20s, I think, probably later today. So Lamb's got to get this up the hill. Same problem as some of the women in the previous group. Big tier about 2/3 of the way through this putt. He has to give it a big wrap. Looks like he's done that, but I said that before, And yeah, same result. It's just so hard, Sam, to make yourself hit it as hard as he needs to there. And as you said, he's played this hole so many times in his life, and just not to be able to get it up that hill is probably just a mystery to him, given how hard he had to hit it. So now I think this is, pretty sure this is Zach Mullins.
It is.
He's big swing from right to left for the New South Wales Golf Club member. Beautiful, beautiful read on the putt. Not only length, not only line, but beautifully judged length too. That's the best long range putt we've seen here in the last 10 minutes. And I think he's going to tap that in and go and find an umbrella to keep that beautifully shiny bonce of his under cover and dry as much as he can. That's a good 3 here, as we've seen a lot of big scores run up, and he'll be pretty happy to take that 3 and walk away. And now Kobe Carruthers from Concord Golf Club in Sydney's West. He looks pretty at home too. He's got a very positive stance. That's a big swingy putt there from right to left.
He's playing well, Hazy.
Pretty well, but he's knocked it through.
He's actually even through 3 holes today, Kobe. So he's going along nicely, given he's only 1 shot off the 4 joint leaders who are 1 under.
Yeah, I can see a par 71 around here, of course, Sam. I can see a 71 being extremely competitive today. If you can keep your nerves about you and just keep your wits and keep everything dry and not get too flustered. 71 could be right there when the whips are cracking early in the afternoon. Now Lamb from the best part of 7 or 8 feet. You need to start this just outside the right edge. That's a beautifully judged putt. There's the local knowledge kicking through there for Andrew Lamb. One wonderful par putt there. Good par save after his first putt was comfortably short. So now, as I've spoken here, the rain's teeming down again. So perhaps ignore anything I say about the weather, Sam, unfortunately.
As I said, Hazy, the radar's not working on the bomb, so they've given up as well. So let's not even try to figure out what's going to happen weather-wise.
Yeah, disappointing. Disappointing putt from your man, George Howard there. He's let that one leak to the right. No authority in that par putt, so disappointing there from the Englishman. But a chance for Carruthers to clean up his par. I'm sure he would have learnt to be firm inside left here from Carruthers. Is the target line. Yeah, much more firm. Beautiful putt. Lovely 3 from the young Sydney sider.
Yeah, so just one off our 4 leaders. So Max Duffy Smith from Belmont Golf Club, Christopher Fan from Avondale, who we spoke to a little earlier, Derek Cooper from Pennant Hills Golf Club, the local, and Cade Webber, who's playing with Christopher from Stonecutters Ridge Golf Club, are all at 1 under at the moment through various holes of a shotgun start that we've had today.
Going to the 9th now.
Absolutely. So we'll catch up with Hazy again as he's heading to the 9th. And this is Christopher Fan, who we spoke to a little earlier. Recently turned 23 years of age. And a couple of weeks ago in the Play Today New South Wales Open, finished 35th in the professional event. He was 54th at the TPS Hunter Valley, hosted by Jan Stevenson and Peter O'Malley. 3rd at the New South Wales Amateur in the match play, and he'd won the stroke play to win the New South Wales medal. Hasn't had an amateur win yet, but in 27 events has had 6 top 10 finishes. Needs that to go. Oh, and go it did. Gee, that's very, very close. If my eyes don't deceive me, it's either... We'll have to get a closer look. But that, in flight, was just about perfect at first look. This is Ryan Richards. Speaking of New South Wales Amateur, his brother won it 2 years ago in 2021. Oh, too much club. So overshoots the green just to the back left, and it does fall away substantially there. But given the conditions, it'll probably hold up better than what it normally would. Cade Webber, joint leader, 1 under. No, he's not happy with that. Looks to be going left and maybe in that bunker. Now, this is a day for a floppy hat, I would have thought. The most uncomfortable thing in the world is cold water running down the back of your neck. I probably shouldn't say the most uncomfortable thing in the world. I'm sure there are more uncomfortable things, but it's never pleasant. So I would have rolled the floppy on a day like today. Real wide brim. Kieran Sim, 22 years of age. Club champion at Royal Wellington, even through 3 holes. So going along all right. He reckons he's got a big old cut, is how he tends to shape the ball. Trees to the left mean that that's a difficult proposition on this hole. Oh, goodness me. Well, Hazy thought that the previous shot from the Group 2 back, Priakana, might be nearest the pin, and Kieran Sim says, I'll have something to say about that. That was incredibly close. Let's have a look at this in flight. It's hit the flag. Kieran Sim has hit the flag on the par 3 fourth and should tap that in to go 1 under and get a slice of the lead. Nearest the pin, well, he's taken the pin. Doesn't get any closer than that. Well, unless it's in the hole, of course. Oh, that is the highlight of the day so far. That was something. That was really something. He actually works at Royal Wellington. Says he practically lives at the course. Only started playing, and this will frustrate you, only started playing golf 4 years ago. And he's a club champion. Has 1 hole in one in his life. That would have been his second. It says he gets pound for pound the longest hitter off the tee. Now, given this is playing, his favourite club is his 6-iron he's put down in his bio. Given that this is playing about 175, I wonder if that's what he used. It would be around that mark. There's not many better feelings in golf, is there, to walk up and see that you've just got to tap in for birdie. Christopher Fan there in the white hat. Avondale Golf Club. He's coached by Ben Patterson. He's part of the high performance squad of Golf New South Wales and a state team member. And there's the birdie for Kieran Sim. So he'll get a share of the lead at 1 under. We were speaking of Tiger before, and that's Kieran's favourite player. Pretty common, I would have thought. And he dreams of one day playing at Augusta. Cade Webber, I believe this is. You can just see how prominent the steeps and slopes are of this course. So that's going to go off the back. Wasn't able to get it to check. So the green was at head high level to where he was taking that shot. Ryan Richards. Oh, that's a nice little bump and run. So we'll have that for par. The highlight of the day so far is that Kieran Sim almost hole-in-one that struck the flag on the par 3 fourth here. Pennant Hills Centenary Open celebrating 100 years. And what a 100 years it's been. Christopher Fan hit a great tee shot. That he won't be as happy with. Should be able to clean that up for par. Stay at even through 4 holes. His ideal I'll start that again. His ideal dinner partner would be Elon Musk. He said it'd be really interesting to hear about his entrepreneurial experiences and future endeavours. I think he wrote that before Elon bought Twitter. Cade Webber, this is his 3rd shot. That's nicely played. That's deft touch. He'll have that for bogey. So bogey there for Ryan Richards. Christopher Fan, who actually does have a couple of amateur wins. Men's Concord Cup in 2020, Port Phillip Open Amateur in 2018. This is for par. Stay it even through 4 holes. And he works that in, which is nicely done. One of the great things about the Golf New South Wales website with all the state team members is the bios that they do on all the players. And they do ask the question, what would you serve for the Champions Dinner if you won the Masters? We're on the eve of the Masters next week. And Christopher Fan said that if he was to win, he would serve steak and mashed potatoes with raspberry cheesecake for dessert, which is a little step up from Harrison Crowe, who's about to play the Masters as an amateur, who said that if he was to win, he would serve Chick-fil-A. So a tough hole there for Cade Webber, who drops a couple of shots. Now, we just saw Ryan Richards, I think it was a bogey there on the par 3 fourth. We'll go to the 9th hole where, in just a moment, we will go to the 9th hole where Hazy's lining up a chat with his brother. And we'll go to him in just a moment when he's all set and ready to go. But conditions not getting any better at the minute for our players in the Pennant Hills Centenary Open. Let's get to you, Hazy.
Thanks, Sam, and ask and he shall come. Here's the man we spoke of earlier with Ryan Richards, his younger brother, but this is Andrew, a multiple club champion here at Pennant Hills. This must be a pretty special day for you, mate.
Yeah, it's cool to see everyone come out and the coverage. I've been watching at home this morning. It's cool to see my brother give an interview, which was funny to watch, but yeah, it's just cool to see the environment and the vibe that's all happening here.
He did it pretty well too, just quietly.
I know, I was impressed. It would have been his first one, and yeah, he handled it well, especially before his tee time.
Yeah, it was right, or literally right before he was teeing off. So now you've won 3 club championships around here and a couple of these Pennant Hills Cups, I believe.
Yeah. I won them when I was a little younger. I was away for the last few before turning pro, just at amateur events and other tournaments. But I loved early on having people come here and trying to defend my turf, and so this was always my favourite event. So yeah, to get the coverage and everything, it's really cool.
It's a pretty proud club too, mate, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great membership. It's very the camaraderie between the members is really nice, and they've all support, especially every event this year, but especially this one. The support's been amazing.
There's a good, Sam was sort of touching on it before, was probably in context of something else, but there's a really good array of ages here too. Like there's obviously some dyed-in-the-wool stalwarts, and I don't want to mention anyone's names. A couple of initials might be Chris Allen.
Yep.
But others along his lines too. But there's a lot of young guys here, young girls pretty keen on their pennants and doing really well in the elite amateur ranks.
Yeah, and I think that's especially the last few years. It's widened. Got a lot of new juniors coming through. A lot of women getting more interested in grade and pennants, and I think Desi's out there today, so we've got some elite amateurs now. And yeah, we're just getting more and more age brackets, and it's good. It's good to see the involvement.
And your summer, how would you describe what you've been able to do in the pro ranks?
Slow. It's coming good now. I made a couple of cuts towards the end of the season, so I'm getting ready for Q School, Aussie Tour Q School about 10 days from now.
We saw you really prominent in the New South Wales Open a couple of years ago at Concord. What do you take when you are in the limelight like that? What do you take away from it?
How to deal with nerves, because I got very nervous at that point. But yeah, you just start to embrace everything that's going on. You kind of, you get a bit of wind in your sails, and you think you're hitting a bit, and it's good going forward, knowing that you can get there.
And we saw you out here at the New South Wales Am wandering around watching a few of the young guys on your old patch. They must take a bit from players like yourself coming back and putting back into the sport.
Yeah. I didn't know a few of the guys here. I obviously know Chris Fan and those boys and Crowe, and but it was nice to meet Abel Edouard, and I've been good mates with him since. I saw him at New South Wales Open. So there's a lot of good young players. Sam Slater, like a lot of the finalists, they're good, great players, but good guys as well. So it's got a good wave coming through.
Well, from an outsider's perspective, I think your club should be really proud of what they've done to enable that to happen. So congratulations. Thanks for coming out here today to watch the Centenary Open. I know it means a lot to you. Well done.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming out.
Andrew Richards, Sam, just a really dedicated member of Pennant Hills, one of many. So it's great to see him out here wandering around, even in the rain.
It certainly is, Hazy, and he's probably underselling his finish to the season. He was 11th in the Play Today New South Wales Open. He was 10th at the New Zealand PGA Championship, and he had a top 10 finish, was 8th at the TPS Hunter Valley. So, you know, the last 3 tournaments, all in and around that top 10, that's pretty impressive. So we wish him all the best at the Q School, which is to come for him. And he's always done well. I mean, 2022 New South Wales Open, 2021 New South Wales Open, he came 13th. 2022 New South Wales Open, he was 12th. So he's had a great run there. It looks like we've got a lost ball. Or maybe a found ball, but just in a terrible, terrible lie. Now let's have a look at the leaderboard as the scores start to come in. Christopher Fan, who we saw before, is actually 1 under through 4 holes. Max Duffy Smith, 1 under through 5 from Belmont Golf Club. And then you can see there, Hazy reckons that even past 71 is going to be pretty competitive today. And on the women's side, Priya Khanna, who we saw almost hole out on that par 3 4th from Riversdale in Victoria, is 2 over. Alexander Marlborough from Indrapilli, Ali Marlborough, as she likes to be called, 3 over with Debbie Franklin from Seaton Carew. So really, really testing conditions at Pennant Hills Golf Club, and you can see there even some of the locals really struggling with what the weather's doing to them and to the course. So let's hope that it eases up at some point. But it is a credit to all the players to still get out there, to still compete. It's a really special occasion for the Pennant Hills Golf Club, of course, celebrating 100 years, and this is their Centenary Open. All year long, they're staging events to mark this milestone, both from a golfing point of view, a social point of view. Make sure you head to their website for all the information. You can be at one of the events to mark 100 years. The 4th oldest golf club in Sydney, still in its original location. Now this is the par 3 9th, one of the feature holes of Pennant Hills. It was actually redeveloped, this hole, in 1952. Norman von Neider's advice was sought on how to reconstruct the green. It needed a bit of excavation into the sandstone cliff behind it. And Hazy, as we rejoin you, this is one of the most beautiful holes on the course, the 9th here, the par 3 9th.
Yeah, we just see Penny Dean here from Oatlands Golf Club just taking the pin out, and I lost track there. I'm sorry for counting the shots, talking to Andrew Richards, but I think this is the 4th, so that'll be I think that's a bogey. This hole, Sam, is just an absolute postcard. No matter which way you look at it, from the tee, it's spectacular. This is Susie Wales, another local member, very popular too, according to Andrew Richards. I'm pretty sure that was for a par.
All good.
So actually, that might have even been for a birdie there from Susie. So I might have undersold her a shot there, and this probably for a par coming back. She did play a nice one into the green here off the tee, but from the tee, this is spectacular. From where I'm standing up next to the green now, it could fit in beautifully on any course in the world in terms of its aesthetics. Lovely little, I think, par putt there from Susie Wales. She's obviously been here a lot, Pennant Hills member. But the Devlin's Creek that we've mentioned, this is Anne Eldridge, also from Pennant Hills, I believe. And she's just pushed a little bit to the right, and she's having quite a score here, unfortunately. She chipped down to that point with her third, fourth. This must be for, if I'm not mistaken, it'll be for a double bogey 5, but I do apologise. It might be something different. So I'm not sure if she's revelling in the conditions, to be honest, and there's obviously a bit of water in the cup, and she doesn't look to be overly thrilled with what's going on there. So hopefully not too big a score there from Anne Eldridge. I know that the girls struggled a little bit on that hole. So, yeah, Susie confirms for me, unfortunately, that it was a bit of a struggle. So I think that Susie was probably the big winner there with a little 3. There were some other big numbers racked up, as we saw before on the 4th, with the par 3s can bite, even as pretty as they are, Sam, as this one here is surrounded by massive tall gum trees. It's got beautiful ferns. It's got that sort of almost subtropical element of a rainforest, and that's pretty apt today because it's very wet out here at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's perfectly described. It is the postcard hole, isn't it? Or one of a couple. The 18th as well would fit into that category. And both of those holes finish so nicely back towards the clubhouse. Centenary Open at Pennant Hills. And there it is. So you do not want to be short, because there is Devlin's Creek, the famous bridge we saw in the photos in the very early days. That bridge has been in existence. Heritage listed is the course. So well protected by those bunkers front and left. And then there's very little forgiveness if you go long as well. So would you believe it? It is ranked as the easiest hole on the course. That's superb. Absolutely superb. So if you are heading to Sydney anytime soon, you'll find Pennant Hills Golf Club just about 18 k's northwest of the CBD.
Sam, we did see on that previous hole, if I'm not mistaken, Susie Wales, it was, her tee shot almost submerged. The greens are incredibly soft at the moment. There were a couple of thoughts in the preceding group to those women that the water had been gathering a bit on the 8th, 7th and 6th, that it was getting hard to putt through. And we're nicely a little sheltered where I'm standing at the moment, but it is still raining. And her ball off the tee landed in the middle of the green and actually buried. So let's check this one out. It's tracking pretty well, and you can see what I mean there. That's a really good example. That's we talked on a previous broadcast of fried eggs in bunkers. Well, here's an example of on the green. These greens are generally, pretty hard and pretty firm and very fast. For a ball to land and literally be half submerged there in the middle of the green like that tells you exactly what's going on in the state of the water table. And you'll have to excuse me, Sam, it's actually impossible to see back through the rain and see who these guys are teeing off. I know it's the group of Hote Kim, Jared Dries, Guy Webster and Liam Tedai. And one of them, Guy Webster, is from Seton Karoo, and Jared Dries is also from Pennant Hills. So the two, I guess the people who in this group who crowds, if there were any, to gather on the balcony of the clubhouse are coming to watch. But also Liam Tadai from Western Australian Golf Club, another one of the reciprocal clubs for Pennant Hills, who are enjoying a great experience here as well. So hopefully we'll catch up with them a bit more when I get them in firmer focus and they come up towards the green.
That's okay, Hazy. We'll give you a leave pass on that. That's nicely played too, just using that natural amphitheatre of the green to leak back out onto the dance floor. So, as you mentioned, in this playing group, Guy Webster, who's come across from Seton Karoo, is actually the club champion there, plays off one. So he's most looking forward to seeing a kangaroo following the tournament. Don't know if we'll be able to help you here, as Liam Tadai from WA Golf Club, 23 years of age, on the tee. Will that come back for him? Almost. Almost. He's a first-time club champion at the WA Golf Club. The unofficial crown jewel of golf in WA, he says. He tied for second at the 2022 WA Amateur as well. He's still learning the ropes, he said.
Cheers, brother.
as this group makes their way down to the green, across that famous bridge. It's not quite the Squilkin Bridge of St Andrews, but to the people of Pennant Hills, it's
After the bridge, you can have them.
just as well revered. Does draw comparisons, this course, often, as I said, to Augusta National. So we could have used the Nelson Bridge or the Hogan Bridge, the most famous bridge at Augusta National. Hogan Bridge takes the golfers to the 12th on Augusta National, dedicated to Ben Hogan. The Nelson Bridge on the 13th, and the Saracen Bridge on the 15th. Now Hazy I reckon this might be Jared Dry's. Is it in the white hat, Hazy? Pennant Hill Golf Club local?
Yeah, the inappropriately named Jared Dry's. Just trying to figure it all out. The ball, his ball went to the back, and they're just trying to find the nearest point of relief. I'll try and figure out whether that was for a penalty or not. I'll just have to ask the guys here. Excuse me as I wander down. Oh, very.
Oh, we can hear it
sloshy
underfoot,
underneath.
Hazy.
Mate, I'm a bit of a truck here with not much of a braking capacity in these conditions, so that was actually a bit of a challenge to get down. I'll just try and establish whether that was a penalty drop or free relief. And I can't. I've just managed to get to Liam Tadai, and he hasn't been able to tell me whether that was for free relief or whether it was a penalty. It's casual water, so there we go. It is for casual water. So he's taken this is Jared Dry's, and he's taken relief there, a free drop, as I squelch my way back up to the position where I'm least likely to come a cropper.
Sounds like you're
And
stomping on
Jared's
used
got
tea
the
bags, Hazy.
60. Yeah, it actually, that's a really good description. That's exactly how it feels. Slippery ones. So Dry's over the back here in one. It's not a difficult shot in normal conditions. It's just a matter of you see him reach back to his towel underneath the umbrella on the bag and try to get the club face as dry as possible to make it as predictable as possible for him. And yeah, just couldn't get it to happen. So hacks it out. He's not happy with that shot, obviously. Goes without saying, but he's still got the predicament of coming, I guess, downhill, even though it's a bit slower today, for his upcoming third shot. So we're about to see Guy Webster from Seaton Carew up near Newcastle. I think he's next to play. No, he's fooled me.
Looks like it might
Sorry,
still
there's so
be
much
Jared.
going on here,
Yeah.
Sam. I apologise for being
No, that's okay.
disorganised. No, it's actually going to be on the right here. It's going to be from Ride Parramatta nearby. This is going to be Hote Kim. He's a very athletic player, Hote, and I think his long game is probably where he shines, but took a massive long backswing on that putt there, but he got it to the hole nicely, which is a good result, but it has gone a couple of feet past, so that was the birdie putt from Kim. And I do think we are going to see Dries play from the back here for his third. So he would have played this hole hundreds of times, and I'm never sure that he's played his third from here, and I'm not sure this is either an absolute complete abandonment of the sandwich or he feels like he should use the putter from that distance, but that's a challenge and he's done it really well. He's judged that really nicely, Jared Dries. So put himself down where he should make a 4 from there, and that's minimising the damage, and that's pretty good. Now we've got our visitor from all the way from England, Guy Webster. He's done a bit of everything in his career, Sam. I'm sure he'll be able to bring us up to date, but he's going to have a chat to us as soon as he walks off this hole, hopefully. So we'll catch up with with Guy Webster here. He's got this for a birdie 2 here on the 9th. And he just leaves it in the jaws short. He'll be disappointed with that. And I might leave you to cover the next putt here, which is of our West Australian visitor, Liam Tadai, which is for a 2 coming up, Sam. And I'm going to change microphones, excuse me.
All good. Guy Webster didn't give us a lot in his player bio that a lot of the players have done for us. He thought that the invitation to play was a scam, which we heard a little earlier from the course GM. A few of the players thought when we spoke to Barnaby Sumner. To Liam Tadai from just off the green, and gee, that hand braked quickly and almost was taken by Bird. So he's left that considerably short, has Liam. Says his hobbies include a whole range of other sports. He likes Formula 1, soccer, MMA and tennis. Also the local pub quiz night at the Galway Hooker, where you should know that the largest carnivorous dinosaur is not the Tyrannosaurus Rex, despite what Jurassic Park wants you to believe. He's very keen to let us know that. And Hote Kim is able to make par, and you can just see the water coming off the ball, so even the cup's filling up pretty quickly. Oh, around the world and in from Liam Tadai, who makes par on one of the features hole here at the picturesque and pristine Pennant Hills Golf Club. Guy Webster for par, stays at 1 over. Says he has a passion for football, but doesn't tell us which club he supports, and he's just taking a while to thaw out following yet another cold winter in the UK. Now Jared Dries to try and salvage bogey, and he's able to do so. 3 over for him at the moment. Let's get to you, Hazy, with the man from Seaton Carew Golf Club, their current club champion, Guy Webster.
Guy Webster, welcome. Come to sunny Sydney, they said.
And bring the rain, yes. I think we've brought the rain with us, haven't we? I think that's what we've done.
This is Newcastle special, this weather.
It is, yes, it is quite, yeah.
You should be feeling right at home.
It's a bit too wet for us, to be fair. I think it's a bit too wet for everyone, isn't it?
Yeah, that's probably true. How have you found the first opening holes here?
I think the holes are fantastic. The design of the course, I think it's an absolutely fantastic course. I think it's brilliant.
Could you believe it?
We couldn't believe it. No, we couldn't believe it at all. We literally, when I got it off the information, obviously off the secretary, both of us just couldn't believe it. What a privilege to come out here and play golf. It's been fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And Barnaby's, what a host, absolutely fantastic host.
And you've been enjoying the hospitality of the club all week.
Oh yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. The members, the whole experience has been amazing. It really has. It's been superb.
So how many times have you won the Seaton Carew Club Championship?
Just the once, and very luckily, especially at my age.
So how old are you?
55.
And you've broken your duck at 55.
Exactly, yes. So you never know this year. could do it again. You never know. I think there's a few good players that have joined the golf clubs over the winter, so I don't fancy my chances, to be perfectly honest.
Is there a club champion back there who's won it several times? He's really mad at you?
Absolutely kicking himself. Yes. Yeah. He doesn't speak to me too much at the moment.
Oh, that's the way it goes.
The way it goes. But yeah, like I say, we've had a fantastic week. Hospitality's been brilliant. We had 2 brilliant days at Sydney. It was absolutely fantastic.
I'm going to let you go in a second, but I want to know who you support in the English Premier League or another division.
It's got to be Middlesbrough, hasn't it? It's got to be Middlesbrough.
Well, it should be Middlesbrough.
Exactly. Well, it is Middlesbrough.
And they're not enjoying like the best of season.
Well, not best, but they're not too bad. I think the middle of the table, aren't they, at the moment? Yeah, they're not too bad.
You're content with that?
Well, that's fair enough. Yeah, we're content with that. Yeah.
Mate, we better let you run up to the 10th tee. Appreciate your time.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Amazing experience. Imagine that. Imagine winning your club championship, especially at age 55, and then getting the email to say come around the other side of the world and play golf. That's just an amazing thing from the Pennant Hills Golf Club to do that.
Well, those are the wonderful parts of reciprocal rights, Hazy, and having sister clubs and partner clubs all around the world, is that you can send players here and there. Just a couple of really nice tee shots from this group. Hazy, I don't know whose that is in position 1A, just to the left if you're looking back down the tee to the tee of the flag.
Sam, I'm going to try and I'll endeavour to find this out, but it's getting progressively harder here because this rain is just absolutely teeming down again, and unfortunately there's some puddles starting to form on some of these greens, and I really, really hope, as you can hear the excitement in voices that we interview about the day's format, but as we speak it's coming down as hard as it has since just before we started. So fingers crossed we can keep going, but yeah. We're really starting to push it, I think.
Well, hang in there, Hazy. You're a trooper, as are the players who are doing their darndest to see this through. And we admire that greatly. Now, this group is the group of Dean Marshall, Matthew Davidson, Will Hovan and Andrew Thale. You can see Hovan there in the purple half of the jumper. The bottom half. This course so beautifully presented and put together and maintained. It is a credit to the course and to the people that work at it. And this hole is, as Hazy said, this would not be out of place on any of the greatest clubs and courses in the world, Hazy.
Who's in tight there, mate?
So it looks like it is Will Hovan there, Hazy, who's placed that within about, what, 5 or 6 feet?
Yeah, no, that's just, you know, I talked too early before about nearest the pins, but that's got to be a contender here too. That's pin high from Will Hovan, and Andrew Thales also played a cracker. Would have been looking magnificent from the tee, dead on line with the flag, and pulled up about 10 or 11 feet short himself. But yes, Will Hovan there's played a beauty inside 5 feet at worst, I think, and I think that's a real chance to pick up a shot on the field here. I just wanted to say, Sam, like we mention this a lot, but to give credit to the ground staff here who are here very early this morning to try to make this playable. They do an incredible job, as we see a bit of a 5-wood over there, I think, to bump it through the fringe, and that's come up really well. They're still working on the course as we speak. They're working around behind us and in front of us to try and make sure it's playable as much as possible without interfering with play, of course. But huge credit to the Pennant Hills ground staff and all who have made it possible. And I just want to give a quick shout out to these guys standing behind the cameras here. They're getting absolutely drowned, but they're bringing you these beautiful pictures. So credit to them as well.
They are stars, each and every one of them. Just a bit of a misread there of the line Good to see some smiles still on faces though, Hazy, when the conditions aren't great and maybe your first putt isn't either. That see the enjoyment of the players who know what this occasion means. They know how special a day this is.
Yeah, I think if they didn't know that, Sam, that they wouldn't be here because, you know, they would have walked off if it wasn't such a special day. This is Andrew Thale here from only a matter of 10 or 11 feet, and he just pulled it there. Very accomplished player, Andrew Thale from Royal Canberra. He's a serial winner. He gets in contention and he gets over the line. He's got that special knack and still loves his golf, still very fit and active among it.
Yep.
He's going to tap this in for 3. He's a really class player, Andrew Thale, and if he would just somehow be around the mix later in the day, he'd be that sort of guy who'd put Bobby's head out and salute. He's just got a huge long resume of victories, and this is your man. You claimed him early today. This is Will Hoven. He's a member at Glenmore, and he's played the shot of the day here, arguably in on the 9th, and he's got himself only a matter of 5 or 6 feet here, almost pin high, and it would come a little bit from his right, but very little in this. Just wants to give it a good firm wrap. Beautiful.
A little bit of a fist clench there. That's nicely done for a birdie there. And you mentioned Andrew Thale. He didn't want to write the bio for us, Hazy. He said that he feels funny writing it, but the missus said that he had to, and he does what he's told. But he's 11 times been runner-up in the club champions. He's the current club champion at the moment.
Yeah, and you know, same as Guy a second ago. Andrew won't mind me saying he's on the wrong side of 50, and again just speaks to the range of ages that we talked about with Andrew Richards. And you don't have to be, you know, an 18-year-old who's got a rubber spine to be able to contend. You just have to have the wherewithal about you and your wits to compete at this level. And Andrew Thale's living proof of that. He's been in every mid-amateur contest of note for years and has a huge record in the mid-amateur, not only in New South Wales and the ACT, but also right around Australia. He's just a quality player.
I think this is Matthew Davidson here, Hazy.
So the boys have played this.
Who's a former club champion at Pennant Hills.
Yeah, and the boys are doing their best to stay dry here, and they're actually like jogging back to their, picking up their umbrellas and trying to keep their hands and gloves and grips dry. That was a really nice little second shot there from Matthew to use what looks like a bit of a hybrid to get that up close to the flag, and cashes in with a lovely little par. So the boys have done really well.
Well, as we have a look at the leaderboard, thank you, Hazy. Max Duffy Smith still maintaining at 1 under through 6, which is really impressive in light of the conditions today. Christopher Fan at 1 under through 4, and he's playing with Kieran Sim, who we saw almost hole in one, the par 3 4th, striking the flagstick. And then a few able to hold even, which is, again, impressive in today's conditions. And on the women's side, Priya Khanna still in the lead from Riversdale in Victoria. 2 over. Ali Marlborough from Indooroopilly in Queensland is tied up with Seton Karoo Golf Club's Debbie Franklin. And then Marty Evans at 4 over from WA Golf Club. Audi White from Sanctuary Cove at 5 over, and the best of the Pennant Hills locals, Susie Wales at 6 over at the moment through 7. They won't be liking that on the women's side of the draw, that they're occupying the last positions at the top end of the leaderboard, the locals. But still plenty of golf to play, hopefully we can get through today. And we hope that you're enjoying the coverage, whether you're watching us on the Pennant Hills Golf Club website, on the Play Today app, or on the Play Today metaverse, or on the SEN app as well. History being made today in the Pennant Hills Centenary Open. We're celebrating 100 years of one of the oldest golf clubs in Sydney, still in its original location, 1923. It was the members who constructed the 9-hole course, who maintained it.
Nick,
They worked hard on the weekends. It was always going to be a temporary layout until
Nick?
the 18 holes were constructed by Tom E. Howard, who was the 1923 Australian Open champion. And it was never a master layout for the course, which is really interesting. So it evolved through 5 different layouts between 1924 and 1934. But they changed it up and worked it around, and we have the immaculate course that we see here today. Now we're just having to see a player take a drop. As we've jumped ahead to the 14th. Which is another of the par 3s. Playing 152 off the blue. This is well guarded by large bunkers front, left and right. Thick trees on the left, you can see there. And there is a small pond at the right, which if you don't strike it well, you might end up in. That's from the drop shot, and see that hit the handbrake nicely. You can hear through the microphones that rain just steadily striking umbrella. So the 14th hardest hole on the course is this par 3 14th. And it's the third of 4 par 3s that the players navigate today. 130 odd players. All descending upon Pennant Hills Golf Club. And this is causing some grief, putting the ball back down. Hazy, back to you on the 9th.
This is Ali Marlborough here, Sam, and she's, wow. She's pin high on a hill up here and left of the green, and on a dry day that would have trickled down and been really close, but unfortunately it's skidded to a very quick stop. It's embedded down in the hill, and she's got an almost impossible shot down now from only a matter of 10 or 12 metres left of the flag, but she's no chance of stopping that without flubbing it and leaving it short of the green, unfortunately. Now Desiree Herden, the elite young amateur from Pennant Hills. A bit brighter all of a sudden. It's still raining, but she's much lower trajectory. Going nicely at the flag. Ooh, just skidded a bit with that lower trajectory. And it's a really handy shot, actually. She's only probably 3 metres off the edge of the green and then 3 metres back to the flag from there. So 6 or 7 metres from the pin. That would have looked really good to her in the air, even though it was a little bit lower. And now I dive around my...
Audie White.
This is Audi White. Yeah, from Sanctuary Cove. very upright stance, Audie. Tracking nicely, swinging back in a little bit from her right. Looking really good. Yeah, beauty. Only 12 or 13 feet from the pin. Really nice birdie chance coming up for the Gold Coaster.
Yeah, that's the best of the bunch with that shot there.
I'm going to try and interview the next player when she comes up here, if I get the chance. Charlotte Carter from Gog Magog, the person that I described as looking most at home in the rain earlier on, and still appears that way to me. I can't see the scoreboard from where I am, Sam, but I hope she's going well, because she looks an absolute natural in these conditions. She's just thrown the ball down, didn't even put it on a tee. She's very raw and a natural player, and I like the cut of her jib, as they say.
Yeah, currently tied for 5th, and I noticed that too, Hazy. Just drops the ball down, doesn't tee it up. Again, conditions that she'd feel right at home in.
Yeah, it is a Laura Davies style sort of behaviour. She didn't dig down and make herself a natural tee, but she's a bridge sort of follow through there too. So it's going to be interesting where that one goes. She's made good contact, and that will come down the hill partially. That obviously has the ball of Ali Marlborough. It did trickle down nicely, so she's got the benefit of the hill, and Marlborough didn't. So 3 reasonable, I guess, outside birdie chances, although I will say that Audie's done pretty well there, and she's got a makeable birdie putt. And the other one, of course, is Ali Marlborough from Indooroopilly. She's going to have a real fight on her hands to stop the ball. We'll show you the angle in a couple of minutes when she gets up here, but it's going to be a real challenge ahead for her.
Thank you, Hazy. Yeah, I wonder, it was great. The length was perfect on that from Charlotte. Just the line going off, and as you say, on any other dry day, that's rolling back down onto the dance floor. And I'm really interested to see too, with the young amateur Desiree Herden, we're seeing players more and more, I call it the Mac Boucher special, looking to not use the wedge. And there is the old bridge. So that's the original bridge at the 9th. Part of the incredibly rich history over 100 years of the Pennant Hills Golf Club. It's great to have access to these photos of the days gone by. And that's the look of a man who I don't think was happy with his tee shot. And if that's father and son, the son looks like he's gone closer. That's how I'm reading that picture. Dad unhappy. Son walking behind with a bit of a smirk on the face. He's got one up over the old man. That's the story that I'm cultivating from that picture. The smirk would have disappeared pretty quickly when Dad turned around. You'd imagine. So talk us through final resting places, Hazy. That rain's picked up again and got a lot heavier. What's Charlotte doing?
Charlotte's being a really good playing partner here in trying to help Ali out with where she might be able to take relief if it's... She was actually trying to determine whether there was casual water around the grass, around her ball here, and just to see whether she could actually take relief and where she could do it. So not actually her ball. She's just trying to, I guess, expedite play a little and make sure that all opportunities for a reasonable shot here were open to Ali. So good harmony in the group. This is precarious, Sam. At the best of times, this would be precarious, but in the wet, almost impossible here. If she finishes this within 10 feet, she's done a really good job. But what she doesn't want to do, oh no, is exactly what just happened, and leave it up here and make herself go through the whole process again. So just that's the worst error she could have made there. Unfortunately, she's still left that in the rough, and it is all downhill here. It's not exactly the north face of the Eiger, but it's still a very steep hill. You can see the angle of the feet, perhaps, that Charlotte's sort of trying to help her out here, but it's very steep where she is, and she could obviously see that ball running well past the flag, and she's made an error of leaving it up on the hill.
It's one of the hardest shots in golf, Hazy, for the club player. The ball's below your feet. Wet conditions, you're trying to hit the ball but actually not hit it, so that you just get the minimum amount on it that it can get itself down that hill. Yeah, it's incredibly tricky.
She was trying to fly that ball 3 feet 4 inches and get it out of the thicker rough and landed on the downhill slope, and it didn't miss by too much, but it's extraordinary to me that that's finished. It really must be incredibly wet where she's walking there now, because that is just straight down a hill. You can't make it out probably for as steep as what it really is, and probably would have explained why a couple of those putts on the previous men's group came up so short from this side, because there's a seriously steep hill there, and she's fallen for the very unfortunate trick, not getting onto the short grass with that lofted club. She's gone back to get the putter and trying to putt it through the wet grass. Has still left it short. You've got long odds from me 2 minutes ago about her being on the left side of this green after 3 shots, but there she is, and now it's Charlotte Carter, who hopefully has learned a bit. Just asked her whether she'd speak to us, and she said yes after the round, which is after this hole, but she is akin to a drowned rat right here. Her wet weather gear is absolutely
Sure, she'll love that
soaked.
description.
Oh no, she's still smiling. She's seems like a lovely young woman, but honestly, the person who's least affected mentally by the rain that I've seen today. She looks like she's happy, not worrying about it at all. She's getting on with the job here from about 20 feet. She's allowed for a good break, which is good reading, but you can see the water gather there. I'm not sure if you could see that where it stopped,
Yep.
Sam, but it's definitely pulled up quickly when it ran out of steam. I think any par's a really good par at the moment, and Cartier's given herself that chance, but unfortunately it's not going to be the same for Ali Marlborough. But Desiree here, the Pennant Hills Junior, she's, as I said before, got about 3 metres to the green's edge. Then the cut surface is about 3, maybe 4 metres down to the flag from there. So that's amazing that it's pulled up short, and you can just see by her body language that she can't believe a shot that she would normally play from there is going to scurry away, but she's tapped it in for a 3, and as I said, any 3 is a good 3 here at the moment on the night. So it's amazing at the moment, Sam. The sun's come out, like it's actually quite bright, and it is still pounding down the rain. So incredible situation at Pennant Hills. It's beautiful here on the 9th. Like, it really is a pity that we can't bring it to you in all its lit up glory, but it's so special, this hole. Ali, that deserves to roll out, and typically, obviously, on this hole, it just doesn't quite have the legs, and that's unbelievable. She's pin high for 1, and she's going to take a 5, and she hasn't done much wrong. Just shows the teeth that this course can have if you get caught on the wrong spot. Here comes Audi. She's got a 2 here, which is obviously going to steal a march on her playing partners if she can roll this one in. It's a left edge putt. All a matter of getting it to the hole. She's big practice swings. Decelerated a little, just enough, and that's leaked to the right, Sam, unfortunately.
I can almost see the water.
She's going to actually
to
have
the
to
brim,
remove her glove.
The water. Oh, so that cup is full. but not
Yeah,
in the
the
way
cup's
that we
about
mean that in
2/3
terms of a
full, and she's-
lifestyle or a life, a life statement. My cup is full. That cup is literally full.
Yeah, and she's of the Tommy Gainey persuasion there with the 2 gloves, and she had to take one off to retrieve it without saturating the glove. So that gives you an indicator of exactly some of the challenges that the women are facing out here. And here's Carter from only a matter of 3 feet inside left, just firm. She's done really well. Big splash and fishes it out. And I'm gonna try and interview her here in a second.
Oh, well, our admiration for these players continues to grow as they continue to brave these elements, which is such a pity. The best laid plans, Mother Nature cares very little about, and history shows us that time and time again. Sadly. And the other thing that's happening today is that it's going to be slow play given the conditions. Hazy, you've got a special guest?
Yeah, I have a very special guest, Charlotte Carter. You've just unzipped the jacket and you're dry inside, but you're drowned.
Yeah, it's definitely wet out there. Luckily it's warm, at least for people from the UK. This still is summer temperatures, so we're trying to keep a brave face out there and just enjoy it.
I've described you on television as looking the most comfortable and at home in these conditions. You don't look like anything's going to faze you.
Yeah, I think I'm generally quite an intuitive player, and I'm just grateful to be out here and enjoy it. It's such a privilege, so I just kind of go with it, whatever the day brings.
So from Gog Magog, could you believe it when Pennant Hills' email came and the phone call came?
No, not at all. I had a laugh. I looked at it. I thought it was a spam email. But then Brad, our club manager, got in touch and was like, Charlotte, do you think you're going to go? And I was like, yeah, sure. And we were so excited, and it's been amazing ever since. Trip of a lifetime, for sure.
So you're born in Germany, living in England now. What else can we tell us about the Charlotte Carter story?
I've grown up in Germany, played a lot of golf there, picked it up when I was young. I think when I was about 9, 10 years old, my parents thought she's sitting in front of the telly a bit too much. So they took me out as they were starting to play. And it stuck. Played a lot of golf out there, played regional, national competitions as a youngster, got scouted, then moved over to the UK for studying. Golf took a bit of a backseat, unfortunately, then. But managed to pick it back up 2016, 2017, and really active now and just enjoy it. It's such a great game.
We're going to have to figure out what these sirens mean in a second, but it's not the first time you've been to Australia. You have spent a bit of time here previously.
Yeah, exactly. I did a school exchange in 2008, so I lived with a family out in Adelaide, which was great. So I know South Australia quite well, and now we're really excited to discover other parts here. So after this tournament, we'll be heading up north, exploring the East Coast a bit, and we're really excited. And my partner, who's come with me, actually, his uncle lives in Byron Bay. He immigrated out there ages ago, so we're excited to catch up with some family as well.
What an opportunity that Pennant Hills has presented you guys here.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, we're so grateful. Everyone's been really, really welcoming. We've had such great company around the course, off the course. It's a real privilege to be out here. We're just really grateful and having a really good time.
So, Sam, I told you that she was drowned rat only by visual. She's happy as Larry, so she's pretty content with the situation. I'm going to let you go and figure out what those sirens mean, but really pleasure to talk to you.
Yeah, great. Thanks so much.
Brilliantly done, Hazy,
Charlotte
and a big
Carter.
thanks to Charlotte Carter for giving us some time as well, and just for making herself available, like all the internationals, to come over. As this is Debbie Franklin. Oh, it's a lovely shot. Just having a look. Debbie sitting in a tie for second at the moment. It's 6 over. You can just see how tough it's going. But they're actually all 5 shots clear, 5 shots behind Priya Khanna, who we saw tee off earlier from Riversdale Golf Club. She is just 1 over through 7 holes, really handling the conditions beautifully. And from the WA Golf Club, Marty Evans, who's tied for 11th at the moment and may have just found the bunker. I should have been watching that in flight. I was just reading her score out, so we'll find out where she finds herself when they make the descent carefully down this path to the famous bridge on the par 3 ninth, one of the 4 feature holes here at the Pennant Hills Golf Club. The first hitting over Devlin's Creek. The 10th does the same, and then you come back along those holes on the 9th and the 10th. On the 9th and the 18th, rather. Both going back towards the clubhouse, which I'm sure will be full of fun and frivolity later on this evening or this afternoon. Be a good night at Pennant Hills, regardless of the outcome of today. Hazy's going to find out what those sirens meant. So we're just getting an update now that siren means that we're going to suspend play for about 10 or 15 minutes. It's just to give the greens a chance to not so much dry out, but maybe drain off and just keep people off them. And a couple of the greens are unplayable, Hazy, and that's the decision that's been made.
Yeah, that's exactly perfectly as you described, Sam. It's not a cessation of play for any long period, hopefully, but it's definitely a chance for the players to just not play through perhaps the worst of it in terms of water on the greens. It's hopefully in 10, 15, 20 minutes they can't be confident, but they can be hopeful that the water might just drain off the greens sufficiently that the putts can't be as affected as they have been for the last few minutes. So it's a temporary delay, not a full-time ban, and hopefully we'll get back out, and I'll report back to you as soon as I know any more.
Thank you, Hazy. We might just send you off to maybe have a chat to whoever you can round up and have a yarn to us. So it's a shame, isn't it, that on such an important day for this golf club, celebrating its centenary this year. This is the Centenary Open. And conditions just aren't conducive to golf at the moment. Well, we might take a moment to go and get a cuppa, and hopefully we won't be too far away from resuming play today. Our leader on the men's side of the draw, Max Duffy-Smith at 2 under, has a one-shot lead from Belmont Golf Club over Kieran Sim, who's over from Royal Wellington, 1 under. So is Christopher Fan. And then Priya Khanna is the leader on the women's side of the draw. She's 1 over, 5 shots clear. We'll take a break and come back, hopefully, with more play at Pennant Hills Golf Club for the Centenary Open. Well, in this rain delay at the moment at Pennant Hills Golf Club for the Pennant Hills Centenary Open, why don't we take this opportunity to meet some of the visitors who have come from near and far, and one who's come pretty far from Seton Carew Golf Club in England. Deb Franklin is with our Mark Hayes.
Deb Franklin, welcome to sunny Australia.
Thank you, thank you.
This is not what you expected, I wouldn't imagine.
No, this is what we leave at home. This is more like UK weather. A bit warmer.
This is the middle of summer for you, right?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm red hot underneath everything.
How's your round progressing so far? We've caught up with you here on the 9th green. How's the round shaping up?
Not so good. Up and down, shall we say.
You've given yourself a nice birdie chance here on the 9th.
Yeah, nice birdie chance, uphill putt, and hopefully on camera it didn't look like the half-fat slap that it was.
So you were just talking to me about that. Tell me about this. This is magic, Sam. You're going to love this. Deb just explained to me that the shot she played into the 9th green here was called by her caddy a half-fat slap.
Yeah. Oh no, the caddy didn't call it that. I called it that.
So it started left, and you've been practicing this for a couple of years now.
Oh yeah, no, it started down the middle, half-fat slap, centre of the green, and run it up past the water.
Magnificent. Now, you started golf at age 16.
Yeah.
What caught your eye?
Well, I left school. I'd played hockey at school for many years. My dad played golf, so had a few rounds with my dad, joined Seton Carew. Bill Hector was the professional, which was a good golfer back in the UK for many years. Had lessons off Bill and then caught the bug, and that was that.
Now you're the club champion at Seton Carew, and the email goes, and can you imagine this? Can you imagine being in Sydney to play golf?
I may not have been the club champion. I may have come second, and the club champion stepped back, and I've come as the runner-up.
You cut her lunch?
Yeah, I've got a wee present to take home.
A little kangaroo or a koala stuffy. Do you reckon that's going to get it done?
Well, I've got a little board marker. I thought that would be enough.
Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah.
Can you believe that you're here through the generosity of Pennant Hills?
No, I can't believe it. I've never played golf abroad, and I've never been on a long haul flight. So I've never been to Sydney. We had a fantastic time in Sydney. Played 9 holes Friday, 18 yesterday, 18 today, and it's just been fantastic. I'm from Hartlepool, and the gentleman who I played with yesterday is from Hartlepool and has lived here 30 years.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing.
And does he still sound like you?
He sounded like me by the end of the day.
Maybe a couple of whiskies or something might have edged, yeah. How would you describe for everyone back home the beautiful layout here at Pennant Hills?
Oh, it's completely different to our golf course. We're a links golf course, northeast of England, flat, no trees, and a lot of the run on the fairway, so completely different golf. Fantastic. All the members have been so lovely. One of the members is picking us up tomorrow to a little drive round, see the kangaroos. Everyone's been friendly, and it's just the golf is fantastic.
And we're standing here in a rainforest, and you guys are playing links.
Yeah, I know.
You're handily placed here. You probably haven't had a look at the scoreboard, but you're actually pretty handy to the top of it.
I haven't had a look.
Do you care?
Okay, yeah, but I don't want to have a look.
What was your goal here when you came out today? Is it something you had in your mind once you knew you were coming to compete and contend like this?
Oh yeah, I think we all want to compete when we get here. We played well Friday, not so well yesterday, and it's a bit iffy today. But we've still got a lot of holes to go, and you can never tell with the weather.
No, you cannot. Well, I'm going to let you go and dry out in the clubhouse for a couple of minutes. Appreciate your time, and happy rest of your travels.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Deb, Franklin, Sam, I'm going to throw back to you in the commentary position, but just another one of the charming international visitors we've had, this one from Centenary, up near Newcastle, Hartlepool. I learned how to say that right then, Hartlepool. I thought it was Hartlepool, but there you go. Apologies to all our friends up in the northeast of England.
Well, we're all learning something, Hazy, and pretty soon we'll learn just when play's going to get back underway for us at Pennant Hills for the Pennant Hills Centenary Open. And there's our leaderboards at the minute. Priya Khanna, runaway leader at the top of the table on the women's side of the draw at 1 over. Things a little tighter on the men's side. Max Duffy-Smith from Belmont Golf Club. And Kieran Sim from Royal Wellington, our leaders at the moment. We'll take a break and come back hopefully with more play from Pennant Hills on a special day for this historic golf club. Welcome back to the Pennant Hills Centenary Open. We've got some good news. The rain is easing. The players are heading back out there. We might be set for some better conditions to bring this one home on an incredibly special day for an incredibly iconic and historic golf course. The 4th oldest golf course in Sydney, still in its original location. Their centenary year has been marked with celebrations every month. Rain did halt proceedings, but we are back underway. And those bunkers are going to be incredibly difficult to navigate with all the water that's been falling across the morning. As I welcome back Mark Hayes, who's situated on the par 3 9th. Hazy, what can you tell us?
Sam, yeah, we're about to... I'm not sure what's going to happen here in a second, but there's going to be an extraordinary turn of events here in a second. I just want to show you something. I'm just going to ask Barnaby Sumner, who's the general manager here of this beautiful club at Pennant Hills, to check out something absolutely unique here on this green. I'm not sure if the cameras can pick this up, but there's actually little pockets of air forming on the golf course. Sorry, I shouldn't be able to explain this very well while I'm demonstrating it to Barnaby, but there are pockets of air underneath the putting surface on the green.
has to be caused by a bit of the environmental conditions with it still pretty warm out here. And there's obviously a lot of water. We're making some things up on the fly here as very nice putt there from Marty Evans.
It's like a sausage that's blistered on a barbecue.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I haven't been able to explain it because I was actually trying to demonstrate it to Barnaby, but there's actually quite a section of this green at the back right if you're playing it that's got that sort of blistered look about it. Sorry about this, I'm trying to help Barnaby here at the same time. This putting at the back here from New Zealand is our friend Mary Spear. This is for a 2. There was beautifully judged putt there by Spear. There's a couple of spots in the back of this green here, Sam, and I'm assuming this can't be the only green where it's got that real bubble sensation about it. And you saw the solution to it was literally to prick it and hopefully have the air come out. It looked like he was using a pitch mark repair, but it's a pitch mark of a whole different variety. So,
Hazy, I made
incredible.
pancakes for the first time for my 8-month-old son yesterday, and that's a lot like what a pancake does when you've got it on a pan. You get those little mounds, the air comes up underneath, and you've got to pop them with a fork.
Yeah, that's a perfect description of it. And you'll see where Priyakana walks just outside the line. She just walked around there. There's another big bubble, so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. I'm sure it can't be the only green where this is true. So that was Priyakana, who's our leader at the rain interruption. She didn't want me to tell her the scores, so I've been diligent in not doing that, but she's going to drop a shot here at the 9th. She flew it long and left, chipped down, made the correct error, if there's such a thing, by getting it back on the green, and she's looking likely to drop a shot with a bogey here. But this is our interviewee earlier, Deb Franklin from Seaton Carew. She played that half-fat slap, she told us, to get it to this position, and nearly makes the birdie, but she's going to satisfy herself with a par. And she's also in the mix, I think tied for second at the moment, so there's a whole collection of women at 6 over. And unfortunately, our leader Priyakana is going to drop a shot, at least one here, so it brings a whole heap of women back a little bit closer. And unfortunately here, Marty Evans from Western Australia, we saw her have trouble on the 4th in the bunker, and she's had huge trouble here. She took 4 bunker shots to get out. So this putt is probably for a 6 or maybe a 7. I'm going to do some quick maths. I think this is for a 7, unfortunately. Things just not going her way, and I'm not sure she's having the time of her life out here today. 4 in the bunker, 1 down there, and 2 putts is a 7. Just a disappointing quadruple bogey there from the West Australian. But this is the putt of consequence. Priyakana from Riversdale in Melbourne has this for a bogey and puts it in the left side. There was a nice little putt there, and she's only dropped the 1 shot, but it does bring back a few of the women closer into contention.
Yeah, she's got a 4-shot lead now, Hazy, and the good thing about having all that water in the hole is that you get a ball wash at the same time. So give that a little dry and you'll have a clean ball on every single hole at the moment.
Sam, one thing that I learned a minute ago was when I was talking to Charlotte Carter, that she actually was fearful if she hit the ball, and I've never heard this before, but if she was fearful that had she hit the ball at the wrong speed, dead centre in the hole for a little tap in, that it might have aquaplaned across the top.
Well, that's a realistic fear now.
I've never heard of that before. You know, you just see a lot of things, and we've seen a few things just on this 9th green, just with a bubble in the green, and that's going to come up well short and right there. That looked like, as I'm trying to track everyone here at the one time, it's a bit awkward, but that might have been, was that Kobe Carruthers? It's hard to tell from here. Apologies.
That's okay. This is George Howard. I think you're right. I think it was Kobe Carruthers. This is George Howard. There have been a few people that have actually changed their wardrobe during the break. So this is George Howard, the club champion at Gog Magog in Cambridge in the UK.
He's flown it up the right side also, and he's had a break between the trees, Sam, and he hasn't found the short grass, but he's pretty handy there, only 10 or 12 metres from the flag.
He took my advice too and went with the wide brim as well, which is almost like a secondary umbrella in these conditions. Local Andrew Lamb here.
Wide stance for Lamb. He also starts it up the right. It's coming back and actually very nicely judged there distance-wise. That might have spun back. It would have been a bit drier. It's right on the fringe and only 3 or 4 metres from the cup. So pretty straightforward downhill putt there for Lamb. So it's a lovely shot from the New South Welshman.
Yeah, he's the defending champion of the Pennant Hills Cup.
Sam, you're not going to believe this, and this is often the case in all sorts of sport, but particularly golf. I'm looking to where the weather's been coming from, and it's actually getting very dark again. We just might have had a break through the best patch of weather we've had today, which is sort of ironic, but there you go. It's getting a little bit gloomy again. I'm not sure if it's going to hit us again. I'm sure there'll be some additional rain at some stage, but whether it will be teeming down like it was, I'm not sure. But we did have a nice little stretch, and the greens are appreciably, or they're visibly drier. I know that having just walked across the ninth there, that my rig is enough to bring a bit of casual water to the surface with the feet. So we're hanging on by a thread at the moment because the water table is extremely high.
Yep, I'm just trying to get a look at the radar, which the bomb app's not able to provide me at the moment. So I can't help you, Hazy. I apologise.
Oh, I know we're in a gap in the radar for the next little period, but just gathering in the background, looking out to the various directions where it could come from, it's just getting a bit more bleak in the distance. So we might have just had the best few minutes of weather we're going to have today. Unfortunately, we weren't out on the course at the time, but that's just the way it goes. There was water pooled on the 18th green was the key concern. There's also a bit of water on I think it's the 6th and 7th, definitely the 6th, that has caused a couple of groups through lately, a couple of issues. So absolutely the right call for officials to make, to give us a spell of 10 or 15 minutes and just let it subside a little. The conditions here are, it's hard to comprehend how wet it's been for those watching from overseas. In Sydney for the past year and a half, it's just been a deluge constantly, which is very atypical. And now it looks like Carruthers going to try and fly that all the way back to the flag, and he's done it very, very nicely.
He has indeed. That almost landed. Kobe Carruthers from Concord Golf Club, 2 over at the moment. He's only 3 shots back from our 3 joint leaders, Daniel Lewis from Northbridge Golf Club, Max Duffy-Smith, and Kieran Sim from Royal Wellington in New Zealand, Max Duffy-Smith from Belmont Golf Club.
I'll just check here, but it appears we've obviously now playing with 3. It appears we might have lost Zach Mullins out of this group. I'll double check with the other boys in a second, Sam, about what his decision was, but he might have just opted for the dryness of the clubhouse. I'll try and check exactly what's happened to him here. Just give us 2 seconds and I'll be straight back to you.
I appreciate it, Hazy. So Andrew Lamb, who's at 4 over at the moment. Hazy, you've got an update?
Yeah, I can confirm that Zach Mullins has withdrawn. Nothing to do with his no grievance or anything like that. He just has to work at 2 o'clock and realise that given the delays and the late start as well, that he's not going to get there if he doesn't pull out. And that's amateur golf, unfortunately. You would never hear that on a pro event, obviously, but he's got to make his living to keep things active and alive. So Unfortunately, from the New South Wales Golf Club, Zach Mullins has had to withdraw. So this group will be playing a 3 from here on in as Andrew Lamb lines it up from about 4 metres. This is almost directly straight down the hill, maybe marginally from his right to left at the end. Yeah, that's just a putt that, as a local player here, he's hit that putt 100 times and it's gone 10 feet further than that. And I cannot imagine that he thinks anything other than that. Is no way that finish is short ever. But there it was. He's made the 3. They're precious.
Yeah, it's not going. We're not going to go really low. We're not going to go overly low with the scores, I wouldn't imagine, today.
No, I think if we can flash forward here, that's George Howard rolling in a really nice putt there to save his 3 also. And Kobe Carruthers, who's, to me, showing a really level head here today. He just looks composed. He looks fresh and relaxed and learning his craft in this sort of level of competition. And there I go. I wrapped him up and he's pulled his putt left and made a 4. So drop shot for Carruthers. The other 2 make pars here on the 9th and we move on.
He won the New South Wales Junior last year, did Kobe Carruthers. If I'm not mistaken, he's played 15 amateur events and he's had a win in that New South Wales Junior Championship. We're going to move ahead. Hazy, we'll pick up with you in the not too distant future. Now, this is one of our joint leaders on the tee at the 14th. Par 3 14th, Max Duffy Smith from Belmont Golf Club in New South Wales. Oh, and that is a fried egg plonk. Half the ball just buries itself in these very soft greens. Wow. What a shot that was, about a 10-foot birdie putt. Maybe a little bit more in that. Chance to go maybe 2 under. Just getting back to Kobe Carruthers. So 15 amateur events. He's had 6 top 10 finishes in 15 amateur events and the 1 win in that New South Wales Junior Championship last year. So this is the birdie putt for Max Duffy Smith. Oh, he's left that well short. He'd be just silently seething about that. There's going to be those birdie opportunities, probably going to be few and far between on a day like this. But there he is at the top of the leaderboard with Northbridge Golf Club's Daniel Lewis and Kieran Sim from Royal Wellington, the club champion. Pennant Hills Golf Club Centenary Open. Very special day for an iconic golf club. On the women's side of the draw, Priya Khanna at 2 over with a healthy buffer over local Susie Wales. Audi White from Sanctuary Cove. Charlotte Carter from Gog Magog in the UK. And Ali Marlborough from Indooroopilly, just near Brisbane. And Debbie Franklin from Seaton Carew, also in the UK. All 4 shots back in a tie for second. Local 15-year-old amateur Desiree Herden with Anne Eldridge, also of Pennant Hills. So unfortunately the locals, apart from Susie Wales, who's in that tie for second, but it's even tougher going for the locals on the men's side of the draw. You can see no one inside the top 10 from Pennant Hills at the minute. There's still plenty of golf to play. We're just around halfway through today. We got started around 8 o'clock. But unfortunately, a couple of weather delays. Max Duffy Smith taps in for par to stay at 1 under. on the par 3, 14th. And we're back to the 9th. Hazy, am I hearing the rain start to fall again?
Not where I'm standing, Sam, but that's not to say that it's not happening in other microphones you might be hearing, because it is appreciably darker here than it was 15 minutes ago when we were in that little rain delay. So, oh well, the course delay, I shouldn't say it was a rain delay, but it could well be rain. It's ominous. It's not where I'm standing, but we can hear in the distance, you can hear the sound of rain, so you're probably right.
Now, Hazy, this gives us a good opportunity. One of the most iconic names of the Pennant Hills Golf Club in their very rich 100-year history has been Anthony Gresham. Tony Gresham, widely regarded as one of Australia's best ever amateur golfers. He turned 80 a couple of years ago. They held a milestone tribute day for him that year. But you've spoken about his eclectic score at this golf club. So just take us through, because this is one of the more remarkable stats.
Sam, I think this is the single most extraordinary statistic in Australian golf history. And I don't say that lightly, and you're right, the rain is falling here. Tony Gresham, an eclectic score, for those who aren't aware, is if you were to take the best score of each hole that you've ever had on a course and add it up. So if you've had 18, if you've birdied every hole, you have an 18 under, in this case a 53, given that it's past 71. So anything under that implies that you've birdied every hole and eagled one or two others. So, you know, something under 50 would be extraordinary. That'd be, you know, 16 birdies or 15 birdies and 3 eagles collectively over your career. Tony Gresham around this course, from memory, and I'm flying completely from memory here, so excuse me if I get this wrong, the total figure will be right. Tony Gresham's had a hole-in-one on all bar one of the par 3s on this course. So there are all his eagles taken care of. He's eagled all the par 5s, I want to say, and he's had an albatross on a par 4 to get him back the one that the eagle that he's missing on the par 3, the hole-in-one. That means he's 36 under par, his best eclectic score. So that's a 35 shots is his best eclectic score around Pennant Hills. And I just think that's so far and away the most extraordinary golf stat that I've ever heard in my life. I can't imagine anyone coming close to that. It's extraordinary.
I don't have words for that. I'm normally on about a 35 after 8 holes, maybe 7. He's on it for a lifetime. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, you know, I want to point out, it's not in one hit, so it's not like he's gone out and shot a 35. But, you know, to have a hole-in-one is a career achievement. So he's obviously had, on this course, I think there are 5 par 3s. From memory, I'm just, again, sorry, flying blind without a card or anything in front of me, but he's had hole-in-one on all bar one of them. And on the other holes, he's managed all eagles and 1 albatross. You know, an eagle is a lifetime achievement for a lot of golfers. Even good golfers don't have eagles very often. So he's essentially eagled all bar one of the holes here, which is a par 3. I think maybe the 6th from memory, I'm not sure. And an albatross on one of the other holes as well. So 35 eclectic score, 35. Try and appreciate that on your home course wherever you're watching this. You know, this is a man who represented his state, his
country,
obviously his club with great distinction, but his state, his country. He played a lot of Eisenhower golf. He's a legend. You mentioned before he's won professional tournaments as an amateur. Really extraordinary human being as well as a golfer, and his name's not only on all the honour rolls here as a successful golfer, but he's given back. He's on the honour roll here too, as you know, having been president, etc. Over his years too. So sad that he's not out here today, but his name will live forever around not only Pennant Hills, but around Australian golf as well. He's one of the great gentleman. I've heard Mike Clayton talk about him a lot in an era when amateurs were just still basically playing amateur golf and not desperate to turn pro. He took that option. He never went professional. He would have made a great living out of it. Chose not to, chose a different path, and we honour him today at this club every time we come to Pennant Hills. It's great to speak of his name and just to look back at what he's achieved. It's extraordinary, really is.
Yeah, as pivotal a part of this club's history as any. And yeah, that remarkable amateur record. And Mike knew him well. I think Mike beat him it'll come to me in a moment as I pad for time here as I look it up. I'll look that up in a moment, but yeah, they've gone head-to-head before, he and Mike. We're just going to jump ahead of the 14th and come back to you in just a moment, Hazy. This was just moments ago on 14. Par 3. 152 metres from the blue. Oh! Half a foot away from a hole-in-one. That is the shot of the day. So, this is Group 18 here. Cheryl Golding, Rosemary Scott, Leslie Roberts and Tina Lee. We've actually played through our leading men's group, so just giving them the hurry on.
Yes, Sam, are you there?
Yes, Hazy, please.
I'll just have to double check with these guys in a second, but these guys didn't come off the course for whatever reason. They may not have heard the sirens. So they've actually, as you said, they've played through one of the marquee men's groups who had been in front of them. I think this might be the all Pennant Hills group of, I'll double check, but I think it's Caitlin Skillicorn, Amanda Tucker and Dina Foy. So they aren't prominent on the leaderboard, but they all look in good spirits, all club mates, obviously. So I'm pretty sure this is the group. So excuse me while I check this out. It's a very tough day logistically today. I apologise if we sound a bit flighty, but there's a beautiful putt.
The joys of the shotgun start, Hazy. And I think people fully understand that we're not, this isn't, a professional event where we've got, an abundance of knowledge and know all the players. So we're finding out, we're learning about the players. A lot of them filled out a bio for us, which was great of them. This is the part of the joys of the day that we're giving, airtime to some golfers who I don't think would have had the opportunity to experience that. So it's a great thing that the Pennant Hills Golf Club have done. And so, you know what, this is one of the most special days in our history. We want to broadcast it. We want to go on our website with a stream. We want to go on the Play Today app and the Play Today Metaverse, the SEN app, wherever we can to shine a light on a special, special day in our history. So no need to apologise at all, mate. You're doing a cracking job there, and we're loving getting to know some of the players and having a chat to them and finding out about their golf journey.
Thanks, Sam. I appreciate that. And it was the group of Caitlin Skillicorn, Amanda Tucker and Dina Foy. So it's they've done very well here. They've managed to stay dry, which is a miracle in itself. And they've pushed through the men's group, which is another really good feat. They're pretty happy with that. And they're having a little photo taken here behind the ninth green. It is a memorable day for the club, and big smile there on Amanda's face. She made a beautiful par there. Made a beautiful par, nice par, she just told me. So she's done really well, and they're not going to win, I don't think, but they're going to have a lot of smiles and a lot of fun and a lot of memories from a great day. So 3 members of Pennant Hills walking on to the off to the 10th tee and into the back 9.
Some of the groups, I think, have mixed and matched a little as the day's gone on from the sheet that I've got, but That's okay as well. Amanda Tucker at 12 over in outright 11th at the moment as we have a look at our leaderboard. Priya Kana from Riversdale in Victoria, 2 over. That's a really healthy lead. That's going to be hard to mow down. Susie Wales, though, and Debbie Franklin, the best place to do that at 6 over. And on the men's side, we've got those 3 equal leaders. And this is one of them, Kieran Sim on the 9th. We had a chat to this man before play got underway, 22 years of age from Royal Wellington. Hazy, when you left the par 3 fourth, he actually flew it into the flagstick. So he hit the pin and it dropped about a couple of feet for him to make a birdie.
Wow. Well, this is a young guy who played hockey until he was 16, I think, and just came across the golf and has just found it to his liking. He's, I wish I was joking, but I'm not. He actually literally weighs half of what I do, so I might try and rectify that in the coming months, Sam. But at 61 kilos, he's he's not built the same way as the powerhouses of
what's happened to this gentleman?
The modern game.
We've got a camera shot back up on the tee of the 9th, looking to, I think. What's the green that's just above? Is he trying to get that back up onto the 8th, Hazy?
Yeah, yes, he is trying to get that back up onto the 8th. So there is also the 6th green up there as well. So it's unless he might even be the 6th, Sam. It's hard to tell from where we are, but it might be the 6th. He probably doesn't look like he's in one of the seeded groups, so he probably is the 6th down off the right of the long par 3, and the 8th is further around. To the right of the shot that you're probably looking at, I would imagine.
I would imagine his heart sank too when he turned around and said, "Oh, there's a camera. There's a camera."
Yeah. Cameras bring the worst or best out of you, so he's had the nightmare scenario there, unfortunately.
And for some people, mainly Instagram influencers, they think it brings the best out of them, and really, it does bring the worst out of them. What's Kieran done here, Hazy?
Yeah, let's not even talk about that. Well, he's flown it within about 2 metres of where I'm standing. It's caught the turf at the top of the left bunker, but unfortunately trickled back in. I don't think he's going to have the same issue with the sand that we saw Marty Evans have a few minutes ago, but he is in that problematic big cavernous left bunker here on the 9th, and bit unlucky. If it had flown another couple of inches, he would have had a reasonably easy chip down to the hole, but as it is, he's got the sand issues. That's looking really good straight at it, just a little long. Well, that might have been... Was that Chris Fan that just played that shot, Sam? It's hard to tell from where I am. I apologise.
Yeah, it was, Hazy.
And now this group, of course, is Kieran Sim from New Zealand, and then 3 Sydney golfers who are probably familiar with each other. Chris Fan, who's been a regular in state teams for the Blues for a while. Ryan Richards, we spoke to earlier on from the home club here at Pennant Hills. And, of course, Cade Webber from Stonecutters Ridge. So that ball's just hanging out a little bit to the right, but it's going to find the safe spot there between the 2 mounds on the right, and only a matter of 12 or 13 metres from the flag, so that's fine. We did have a nasty spell of weather there about 2 minutes ago, Sam, but it is brighter again, and it's stopped raining for the time being, so fingers crossed that we get a few more minutes of problem-free golf.
So Ryan Richards, tough day, but he's not the only one. Younger brother of pro Andrew Richards, who we spoke to earlier, Hazy, and he's made pretty good contact there.
Yeah, that's the side that you normally would be aiming at there, because it would trickle back onto the green, and it's done pretty well there. He's only probably about 8 or 9 metres from the flag on the fringe, and again, as we've seen, just a matter of finding the speed with that uphill putt, convincing yourself that you've got to hit it twice as hard as you've ever hit it on this green before. So in a good spot, Ryan Richards there on the left of the green.
As they make their way down.
It's definitely hard, Sam. There's a few new wardrobe changes that have happened in that little rain delay we had, and while it was awkward to pick them up before, I'm struggling to see what they're wearing at the moment. So apologies again, but we'll get on top of this in the next few holes as we readjust to what they're wearing now. Amazing that the caddy's getting the very good ride here from. This is the caddy I'm talking about of Cade Webber, who's might have found it a little slippery here on the 9th, and she's just backed away. Cade's going to go it alone. No, she's going across. So,
well, you said that it was
apologies.
A little bit trepidatious going down that hill because obviously it'd be a little bit slippery with the rain, and you add a golf cart into the mix as well. And if you're not quite wearing the right footwear or the footwear you think's going to grip nicely for you, I can understand that decision.
She's got shoes on that I'm tipping were never that colour when she started today. They were gleaming white, and they're anything but now. So
more of a beige.
Yeah, that's it. The cream, the off-white, or the ivory, perhaps. The ball of Kieran Sim here is. It's sitting okay. I hit as I said, it caught the lip of this bunker and trickled back down. So it's not buried by any means. And it is in a section that has been raked a few times, which is going to work in his favour. Would have been much harder to play or to judge the way the club would get through the ball had it been on a virgin piece of sand. But he can see the depth of the sand around here. He's still going to have to hit down pretty hard on it. And we're not going to see a lot of sand explode as we might in the middle of a dry summer, but nonetheless he's got to move a fair bit of sand to get this ball where he needs to go. It needs to carry the best part of 8 or 9 metres here. It'll bounce to the right once it lands. The trick is for him to get it far enough forward out of this bunker from a downhill lie. And he's not a flyer, but it's a little bit too far, but that's done really well, and even gripped a little bit at the back of the green. So pretty good shot there from Kieran Sim, and he's lifted himself it's a chance for a par, probably from 4 metres above the hole.
Yeah, that'll play. And you always need to make sure, Hazy, that your golf etiquette is in order when the cameras are on. So the rake job will probably be the most diligent one of his playing days.
That's a very good point, Sam. And here's Cade Webber from Stonecutters Ridge, again trying to bump this ball harder than he normally might. He just can't bring himself to do it. One of the best shots we've seen down there, seen today from that sort of position, was the one in that last group, the one that carried all the way up to the flag via the aerial route. I think that's probably not what these guys generally do, but from that position, it's one that they perhaps take a gap wedge and bounce it 4 or 5 metres short and let it check on the second bounce. But that's just not going to get it done today with the conditions on the green. So unfortunately there, Webber's left himself, the best part of 2 metres for a par putt on something he'd normally fancy himself of even being an outside chance to make. So disappointing, but predictable perhaps nonetheless in terms of the weather. So
it's the fascinating part of playing in these conditions, Hazy, because to play that shot the way that he had to here is probably counterintuitive to the way he plays it in regular conditions, because you know that you've got to leave yourself a bit of green to let it release and run, whereas at the moment the greens are so slow and so soppy that you're almost aiming to try and fly it to the stick as opposed to land it in the zone and let it run.
That's 100% right, Sam. And, we talk about muscle memory a fair bit in golf. And, they've got their thousands of hours of practicing those skills. And he knows that from that position, he normally hits a bump and run and it releases. And today, everything against his hours of practice as Richards. It's a chance.
Oh, that looks so good for so long.
That did. That's a he's probably judged that pace of that putt the best that we've seen from anyone from that position in the last few groups. So nice 3 there from the young Pennant Hills, the emerging Pennant Hills player. And Chris Fan, from a fairly popular spot here, only 6 or 7 metres from the pin itself, 3 or 4 metres to the green surface, is the problem facing him. You want to get it through that. Yeah, just couldn't get it through that sort of... You'll see some water squelch up around his feet as he treads down towards the green, and it's just come a bit of a cropper there, and he's very much a makeable par putt, but it's probably a couple of feet longer than he'd had in mind, and still probably the best part of 6 or 7 feet maybe even left for his 3. So just an early moment here for our favourite, that I'm sure he's going to hate me saying that when he looks back at this so early in his round, but
well,
it's amazing how par 3s can be such pivotal points in tournaments, Sam. You know, the good ones like this one is, they have a range of scores. We saw a 7 or an 8 there from Marty earlier on. We're going to see, we've already seen a 2 from Will Hoven, and now we see guys scrambling for par. There's all sorts of machinations at play. It's Kieran Sim for a par and just takes the left edge there. Would have been a really good sand save, but he's going to take a 4.
Yeah, he is, and that'll push him back out to even. So he'll then be 2 shots back from our leader, Max Duffy-Smith from Belmont Golf Club, who is 2 under through 10. We saw him get that birdie on the par 3 14th a little earlier.
You can see these guys are all in their short sleeve shirts now. It's still warm enough, Sam. It's you know, I'm a bit damp to give you an accurate assessment, but I'd say it's probably 22, 23 degrees. It's far from cold, especially for our English visitors. They must dream of this sort of rain when you can still wear shirts, and unfortunately their weather's blocked that, and that's a disappointing 4 from the side of the green. He's come a cropper there courtesy of his chip shot. Unfortunately, just left himself a little bit too much work to do. But this putt here of Chris Fan, we heard him earlier on. He had a 27, would you believe, on the back 9 of the New South Wales Amateur Medal Play section. He turned in even par and lit up the back 9. So I think if he mentally can get through this 9 intact with this par putt here, yeah, beauty. I think he heads to the 10th tee with a lot of confidence in what he can achieve on the back 9, Sam, and I still like the way he's moving.
Yeah, he's right. He's right within striking distance, 3 shots back, but as you say, he's a really accomplished amateur. So there's still a lot of golf for him to be able to reel that in. You can see the leaderboard there. 3 shots back from our leader, Max Duffy-Smith, but he's played 2 less holes, so there's plenty to play out here. Pennant Hills Golf Club Centenary Open celebrating 100 years of their incredibly rich history. And on the women's side, it's a 5-shot buffer again for Priya Kana. She did drop a shot 14, and gave one back. And Charlotte Carter from Gog Magog in Cambridge in the UK. And Desiree Herden, who's the 15-year-old local amateur. And Audie White from Sanctuary Cove, along with Debbie Franklin from Seaton Karoo, up near Newcastle in the UK as well. They've all bogeyed their last hole to re-establish. And Anne Eldridge, apologies, from Pennant Hills as well at 7 under. So they've all bogeyed their last hole to give Priya Kana from Riversdale Golf Club in Victoria that 5-shot buffer again. And I can't see them running it down the way things are unfolding today. So commanding position for Priya Kana. And the special part of all this on what is an incredibly special day for this golf club is that this will be the one and only Centenary Open. There'll be a bicentenary Open, hopefully, But there'll only be one Centenary Open, so a chance to get a trophy and claim a title that no one else will ever be able to claim. You will have your name on that in perpetuity. We're going to jump ahead to the 14th. It's the 4th of the 5 par 3s as we fly over it. Green is well guarded by those large bunkers. Have a look at those. Left, 2 in the front and 2 to the right as well. That small pond on the right will just put a little seed of doubt into the minds of the less accomplished golfers. And then the trees to the left too make this a tricky hole, and you believe it's only the 14th hardest. Not much wind today, if any, so that won't be a factor. You'll need to know your number though, and that pin is set just about 5 in, maybe about 3 or 4 from the left edge. No joy there for our first to go off the tee on 14. So as we fly over this immaculate course, picturesque, pristine, 100 years in the making, it's extraordinary to think that it started out as a 9-hole course that was constructed and maintained and manicured by the members of the day. They worked tirelessly on the weekends to keep it up and running, and then it became an 18-hole course later on in its inaugural year. 5 different course layout changes in the early years, and there's been some tinkering and some changes, and some of the biggest names in golf have left their stamp on it on certain holes at certain times. Eric Appley helped change the 16th hole in 1936 to create a dogleg, and the great Norman von Nider gave his input into reconstructing the 9th green in 1952. It's played host to some of the biggest amateur events in Australian golf, including this year's New South Wales Amateur, won by Belle Edouard and Shaila Singh on the men's and women's side respectively. The 4th oldest golf course in Sydney, still in its original location. Celebrating 100 years all throughout this year, but this, the Centenary Open, to mark the occasion today. It's a pretty decent recovery effort from that position in these conditions on this hole. One of our UK visitors. Guy Webster, I reckon that is. So this is Jared Dries, who had to come back out of the trees, who's a former club champion here at Pennant Hills. He's the pennant captain and a previous undefeated pennant player as well. Oh, that's put a very nice roll on. He'll have to settle for a bogey. Oh, there we go. Chipping in off the green, Guy Webster. Seton Karoo Golf Club, club champion. We spoke to him a little bit earlier. Seems like a character. He's come over to play in this special event, reciprocal rights. They've got a great relationship between the two clubs, and he's got a story to tell when he gets back home. And this is Ho-Tae Kim. Just leaving that a little short from, I think, from Rye Golf Club, if I'm not mistaken. Ride Golf Club. And now this is Liam Tadite, who's come across from WA Golf Club, 23 years of age, a first-time club champion. And just leaking it away to the right-hand side. So, opportunity going begging.
Thank you. Thank you.
Says his favourite golfer is Eddie Pepperell. Reckons he'll win a major one day. Does Liam? And he tells us he's a trivia buff too at his local pub. Now this is Will Hoven on the tee at 14, former US college golfer. seen him land a couple of really nice approach shots today. So can he land this? Certainly not on the green, he can't on this occasion. This is Andrew Thal. That's phenomenal camera work there. Unfortunately, the shot not able to match the camera work on that occasion. So just finding that front bunker, it is a fraught hole if you're short. Now, Matthew Davidson is a Pennant Hills Golf Club member. He's a past club champion. He's one of their major pennant players and says he enjoys the young bloods culture at Pennant Hills Golf Club. And it is a focus of this golf club. They don't just cater for the long-time members. They're really keen to have young members coming through, create a great atmosphere at this club for young and old golfers alike. Oh, and that's just caught the front edge and come back. Currently at 10 over for the day, I think, Matthew Davidson. Oh, that's duck hook on that. That's going well left. Into the trees as well. That's got a nice little bit of luck to kick back out into something a bit more playable, although it will be really heavy and wet in that longer cut of rough. No, in fact, I think that was Dean Marshall last to go of that group. That's our man Hazy up on deck on the tee there, just getting his range sorted. We'll rejoin him in a moment as we get ourselves set up. Almost feels like cheating, doesn't it, the motorised golf cart? They're very popular, though. Now let's go ahead to an artistic shot over the shoulder of the golf cart. We are going to jump ahead in a moment and catch up with our leader, who is Max Duffy-Smith, who last time we checked in was 2 under. Just overshooting the green on the second shot. That ball in front there, that's Matthew Davidson's ball. And Andrew Thal in the bunker. Will it run? Just did enough to get over the lip, and gee, that got more legs than I thought it was going to. So clearly with the rain having eased up, the greens are firming up pretty quickly, which is a credit to the course and the groundskeepers of it. Now, Max Duffy-Smith, third shot on 17, has gone 3 under. I think birdied 16. So that's a really nice buffer for him. Just a 2-shot lead at the moment. Kieran Sim, 22-year-old from Royal Wellington, is at 1 under. And then Daniel Lewis from Northbridge Golf Club and Jackson Fennell from North Ryde Golf Club at even. And this is local Matty Davidson. So, Max Duffy-Smith. This is on 17, par 4, tapping in for par. And Will Hovan just didn't get the same run that Andrew Thale did in the previous shot that he played. So a bit of work to do for par. So that's where we stand at the moment, with conditions just starting to improve. It's been a wet and soggy start to the Pennant Hills Centenary Open, celebrating 100 years this year. The Pennant Hills Golf Club. Max Duffy-Smith from Belmont, 2 shots clear through 18 holes. Kieran Sim, the 22-year-old from Royal Wellington, 2 shots back, but has played just the 8 holes so far to be 1 under, and a couple there at even. Daniel Lewis from Northbridge and Jackson Fennell. And on the women's side of the draw, well, Priya Khanna has given a shot back, but Desiree Hurden, the local, 15 years of age, has cut that lead that was 5 shots only about 5 minutes ago to 3 shots. So that's not a fait accompli anymore for Priya Khanna from Riversdale Golf Club in Victoria. The 15-year-old local, they'll be cheering her on. It would be such a magic moment for this golf club if one of their own locals can claim the Centenary Open. And we're back on the 14th. So Will Hovan, conditions must be getting better. He's taken the jumper off. So the par on offer here for Thale. played such a nice bunker shot, and don't underestimate the difficulty of that too. With all this rain, that sand packs down to be really firm. So, you know, the soft sand, and that's a well-made up and down save for par. So the soft sand that you like to see in a bunker, so you can get that open club face underneath, just in front of the ball, to give it a bit of a lift. That's not happening when the bunkers and the sand have copped as much water as these have. So that's worth a tip of the cap to be able to get out of there with a par for Andrew. A nice look back up this 14th hole. So this is a real feature, and you see this a lot on this course. It's hard to see sometimes from the aerial shots the steepness of the slopes. That's what really sets this course apart. It's been embraced in the design, and it has often drawn comparisons to Augusta National. In those who have played both comment that there's not many places where the slopes and the undulations are as pronounced and as steep as they are here at Pennant Hills Golf Club. So throw that in with the rain and how wet the course is. It makes some of these shots even the more impressive. All the more impressive, rather. See how beautifully manicured the gardens are, the hedging. Actually heritage listed is this golf course. In 1994, the course was given a heritage listing, and they stated that the golf course sited on undulating topography above Devlin's Creek, which runs through the site, conserving large stands of mature indigenous eucalypts, particularly blackbutts, blue gums and stringy barks, to 30 metres between fairways. There are also indigenous trees around boundary and on nature strips, including blackbutt, smooth bark, Angophora, stringy barks, turpentines to 25 metres as well. As we look to the 18th hole, where our leader, Max Duffy-Smith, and now this isn't the completion of their round, of course, because we had a shotgun start today, so this group are through 12 holes at the moment. So they'll finish on the 5th. This is a beautiful hole as well. One of the 4 feature holes of this golf course. It's an uphill par 3. Bunkers left and right of the green, so you cannot be errant off the tee. If you play short, you're going to have a blind pitch up that sloping green. So Devlin's Creek plays a part in this hole, that valley that runs through. And the green slopes substantially as well. So 10th hardest hole on the course for the men, 16th for the women. Off the blues, it's playing 167 metres. Let's have a look at it. And that's what makes it even tougher. That narrow window, perfectly framed with trees right and left over Devlin's Creek there. The old clubhouse, 100 years. See the first to the right. 6 bunkers surround this 18th hole. And I would say probably the most Instagrammed hole at Pennant Hills Golf Club. This is our leader, Max Duffy-Smith. Tell by the body language, he's not completely happy with life. It sits up. Now on a dry day, that's probably running back towards the creek. But it sits up on that rise. In 2020, he won the North Coast Junior Masters, I'm fairly sure, Max Duffy Smith. Make sure they wait for me for the tee shot. Now, somehow we've ended up with 5 balls from a group of 4, have we? So this is a call-up. They're calling up the players behind, so try and get through just a bit quicker. Shotgun start in the rain has meant that it's been slow going. We've had a couple of delays as well. We were delayed by about 40 minutes. So this is the group ahead that are having their putts. And that group ahead might be Alistair McKee, Matt Tierney, Jackson Fennell, and Daniel Fazzolari, I think. Or it could be Luke Mason, Kane Anders, Grant Lomas, and William Wright. You can tell why that man's smiling, because he's got about 1.5 foot for birdie. That is one hell of a shot. Here we go. Well played. Well played. And he cannot wipe the smile off his face. This for birdie. Got to get there. Oh. Just died on the vine, didn't it? Did everything but drop, and much to the displeasure of that young man. Still rain falling. It actually looks like it's starting to pick back up again. When we reconnect with Hazy, we'll get the latest on the conditions, because
I'm here now.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I'm here now.
That's not looking good. Watch this putt just burn the left edge. Hazy, what can you tell us?
Yeah, it is definitely getting a little moist again, and just a tiny reprieve for a few minutes, and then it's back, and it looks like it's about to set in. It comes in waves across the courses. I'm standing next to Charlotte Cartier, and she's stripped off the wet weather gear, and I reckon she's going to have to sort of strip it back on again in a second, if there's such a phrase, because it does look like it's going to come across the course a little bit, unfortunately. It's so bleak today. It's just not Sydney, normally such a vibrant, colourful city, and the greens and blues of this beautiful course we saw in January, Sam, and we're just not getting to see them today. It's a pity for our international visitors, although they did see it briefly through this week. So we're here on the 13th green at the moment, and I can tell you that Charlotte Cartier here is up to 3rd on the leaderboard. She's pin high left.
She's only about 15 metres from the flag, and if she can get this to land just on the edge of the green, she needs it to carry
this is tough.
over the fringe and land on the green, but it is in the rough to start with, so flying at about 10 metres, and then the last 3 or 4 metres of run is the ideal scenario here. Oh, she's played it beautifully, absolutely beautiful.
Oh, that is
she ran
phenomenal
out
from
quite
there.
a fair way. She's given us, yeah, really nice touch on a downhill lie and the heavy grass, and that's the. We saw her before. We chatted to her before, Charlotte Cartier, with the drowned rat weather gear on that I mentioned, and she's got the shorts and t-shirt. She's not at all, or polo shirt. She's not at all phased by the temperature. So it's just whether she can stay dry here.
Now, Hazy, in other news, Priya Khanna's hit some trouble. There's bogeyed her last couple of holes. Desiree Herden, who's the 15-year-old local, is only 2 shots back from the leader.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that, Sam, and she got a bit unlucky with her second shot here. It's a big uphill approach shot, and she landed right at the jaws of the green, and it trickled back down the hill a little bit. It didn't go too far, but she's chipped up, but left herself probably the best part of 5 metres for a par putt upcoming here. It's just another victim of the wrong shot, I think, for a third, but I think she's settled nicely. It's hard when you're in this company and on such an auspicious sort of day to sort of settle, and she's done that clearly. So now it's Audi White from Sanctuary Cove. This is for a birdie. Beautiful approach in here from the Gold Coaster. And she's blocked it, I think. Yeah, she has.
So Priya Khanna's actually bogeyed 2 out of her last 3 holes and 3 out of her last 4. So she had a 5-shot buffer only a few holes ago, Hazy. So the door's wide open on the women's side of it as well as the men's now.
It is very much so. And here's the part of great consequence in terms of that challenge, the immediate challenge coming from Desiree Herden here. Pennant Hills local, we've spoken about her. We heard Andrew Richards even give her a rap before about great to have an elite amateur in the club's ranks. She's got this putt directly up the hill here on the 13th as the rain buckets down again. She looks like she's put a good swing on it. Oh, great putt. Desiree Herden, an absolute beauty. Clap from the gallery here. As, well, I'm not sure if Dad on the bag counts as the gallery, but
why
uncle,
not?
a very proud uncle, he just told me, but that was an outstanding putt to get it up the hill like that in the conditions, and it's driving rain here again. I'm not sure what you can see on the cameras, but
well, when you see players huddling under the one umbrella, you know that the rain's coming back pretty significantly, Hazy.
Yeah, that's a good point. And here's Charlotte Carter. This will be for a great scramble if she can pull this off to stay in 3rd place outright. She's pulled it. It's a disappointing 5 after such a great 3rd shot there, Sam.
Yeah, it is. So she'll go into equal 3rd with compatriot Debbie Franklin. Different golf clubs though, reciprocal members. That's Ali Marlborough, who is also in a tie for 3rd at 9 over. Now, we're going back to the 18th. Max Duffy-Smith has a 3-shot lead now. That was to make it 4, and he just leaves that a foot short. But so we've had a couple of players fall away. So Kieran Sim, who was only a shot back not too long ago, has bogeyed his last 2 holes.
Thanks, Ben.
And that means that Max Duffy-Smith now has a 3-shot lead over Northbridge Golf Club's Daniel Lewis, who's even. Oscar Gilson has got himself in a whole bunch of players at 1 over, having just birdied 17. You can see there Kieran Sim 1 over. Christopher Fan, who was Hazy's favourite coming into this, accomplished amateur, won the New South Wales medal, finished 3rd at the New South Wales Amateur in January. Jason Webb from Lakeside Golf Club, Sean Herden from Shelley Beach, and Jackson Fennell
or Fennel. Apologies if I'm getting either wrong, but I'll just keep saying both so that I know that one will be right. So that's a pretty handy buffer for Max Duffy-Smith. 3 shots now. And on the women's side, Priya Khanna, a 2-shot advantage over Desiree Hurden. As I said before, what it would mean to the golf club at Pennant Hills if one of their own was to get their names on the trophy for the Centenary Open. And she's the best place to the locals so far. It hasn't been a great day for the locals on the men's side though. Derek Cooper is 3 over on the men's side, I think to be the best placed of the Pennant Hills Golf Club players. So,
I'm with the guys on 14T.
Yeah, come on in, Hazy, on 14, the par 3.
And Audie White, it's 137 to the flag here, Sam. 6 metres shy to carry that bunker, so 131 to carry. She's done that and found the back fringe, but I can report that Desiree Hurden, using her local knowledge here, took that bunker out of play and just played to the, I guess, the commercial part of this green dead centre. She's left herself an uphill putt, another slow one, but very wise play beyond her years to take the sand out of play here, which is obviously where you don't want to be when it's a little gluggy like this. So now Ali Marlborough, a big roping right to left sort of shape of her shots, carries the bunker and trickles also up next to White's up on the back fringe. So I'm not sure if you can hear the rain on my umbrella here, Sam, but it's as hard as it's been for quite a while here now, and Charlotte Cartier is quickly.
There's the siren, Hazy.
Quickly gone for the. Yeah, there's the siren. It's just come out here. We just heard it. And Cartier just wondering whether she should play her shot or not, and I think she's going to. You can. I'm going to have to give her a bit of a ruling here, Sam. Excuse me for 2 seconds. You're okay to do whatever you want. And she's going to opt to not play her tee shot here, so the other women in the group will go down and mark their balls. It is absolutely, this is biblical rain for the next couple of minutes here, Sam. By the looks of it, I can barely see a couple of fairways across. Normally you just see for miles here at Pennant Hills, but right now
we're just getting a look at it, Hazy.
Water.
Yeah, we're just getting a look at it through one of our cameras. It's thick. It's dense. It's like a curtain that's been pulled across.
It looks like it's a dusk. In terms of light, it looks like it's dusk right now. It's obviously still daytime, but fading quickly, and it'll come back, I'm sure, the light, but this is some really serious rain, and the thing to keep an eye out with our cameras is how the water gathers on the greens. It's a real pity at the moment because young Desiree Hurden, who I might try and have a little yak to in a second if I get a chance, but making a move. She's got a birdie putt here on 14, and it would be nice to see her continue the momentum that she's picked up here, but unfortunately I can't see it happening for the next 5 or 10 minutes at the very, very, very best.
Yeah, Hazy, we're getting a look now at the green on 18, and there are pools of water that are forming now just in the very brief time that this intense rain has been falling. So that's unplayable from where it looks to me at the moment. So, yeah, there are puddles forming all around the green. And there's a little congregation.
Yeah,
are you in the mix of that congregation under the tree?
I am under the tree with some of the girls and guys here on the 13th and 14th. There's a bit of a din around me, so I apologise if I can't hear you, but it's, it's serious rain at the moment. They're big drops and a lot of them, and the 18th green was the problem that caused us to go off around 11:30, a bit before that, and it's obviously the number one on the radar watch now for these guys. But there's a couple of other holes out on the course that are really suffering. I think the 6th is doing it pretty tough, but maybe even the 5th. So There's it's just a big watch at the moment, Sam, because the water table, as we mentioned to the people who aren't from Sydney, that 2.3 metres of rain fell in this area, northwest Sydney, in 2022, and there's just been no real respite in the last couple of months. Haven't had that real genuine Australian summer, the Sydney summer that we're all used to. So the water hasn't got away. So what happens is when it rains like this, the water just shows its head very quickly. It's got nowhere for it to go. So you can see I'm looking down now. You won't be able to see it, I don't think, but the green that I'm looking down on, the 14th, the par 3, when Desiree Herden teed off a matter of 3 minutes ago, there was no sign of water, and there's big puddles centre and right of the flag here. So this is extremely problematic, I would say, for play in any time in the near future. It'd be unputtable at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly would, Hazy. I mean, what do they? Yeah, they often say don't try to drive your car through floodwaters. Well, this would be don't try to putt through them either. That's how substantial this rain is. And the other thing that we're seeing too on the 18 is those air bubbles starting to form as well, which is another obstacle that you don't want to have to contend with. So, yeah, it's heartbreaking for the Pennant Hills Golf Club.
Sam, would you like me to try and get Desiree Herden here in a second? She's just down under another
Why
tree,
not?
huddling with her uncle under the... I'll see if I can grab her. I'm just going to walk down. This will be with the incorrect microphone, but I'm sorry, guys. We'll probably just have to roll with it. Desiree, have you got 2 seconds?
We're just looking at the 14th hole while you're speaking, Hazy, and there's big puddles on there too. Take it away.
No worries. Oh, we're without camera, so apologies, but Desiree, this is some pretty substantial rain here. It's just, the course is pretty wet, isn't it?
Oh, very much so. I'm a bit concerned about the puddle I have to putt through.
When you hit that shot, there was no puddle, but we're looking down on the green now, and it's forming pretty quickly.
I know, yeah, might have to pull out the wedge.
You're making a nice little steady progression up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm playing a bit better this 9. Well, when the rain was gone at least. But yeah, hopefully I can stay a bit steady.
A nice little par saver there too, just when you've got the momentum going. Always important to make those putts, isn't it?
Definitely putting is what saves you, that's for sure.
Now, we've spoken to a couple of the Richards boys, and they're talking about the young wave coming through here at Pennant Hills. You're obviously representing part of that.
Oh yeah, I mean it's great. Everyone's really talented and it's really good to see everybody playing well. Yeah.
How do you fitting into some of the elite amateur programs? Everything sort of progressing as you would want it to for your future aspirations?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm surprising myself sometimes that I'm playing quite well. So yeah, we'll just keep going, see how it's going.
Did you have any thoughts? I know you probably haven't seen the leaderboard here today, but did you have any thoughts about competing for the championship here today?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're gonna play, you want to win. But yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but hopefully I'm doing all right.
Yeah. I won't tell you what you're doing, but you are in contention, I can say that much. So hopefully it doesn't, I don't know, to you, does it, you're the person who's got the best eye for the local weather. It looks pretty bleak out to the direction of the weather that's coming, isn't it?
Yeah. Hopefully it'll disappear soon, but I'm not too sure.
Have you got, can you tell our viewers at all the extent of the rain that's happened around the club? Has this happened in recent rainstorms like this, that the greens have become unplayable?
Yeah, well, I've played definitely sometimes when the rain's hit hard and greens aren't playable, so play's not playable.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of annoying, but you can't control the weather.
No, of course, it's obviously way out of our hands. I'm going to let you go so you can focus on what you need to do with your uncle here. Chris Allen, he's desperately trying to get in this coverage, Chris Allen, I can't believe it. But it's great to see Pennant Hills being so ably represented. Well done, and we'll let you keep going.
Oh, thank you so much.
It's Desiree Herden, Sam, obviously an amazing talent on the rise.
Oh, well, we thank Desiree and great work from you too, Hazy, and just another incredible bit of vision that I was having a look at while you were speaking as those puddles on the green start to swell and get even bigger. We're looking at the cups where the pins are in as well. The holes are actually filled to the brim of water. Hazy, as we come back to you, I think you've got an announcement. I won't do that in just a moment, so don't do that just yet. We'll come back to you in just a minute as we're having a look at the shots there on, this is 14.
Yeah. That's right.
So that's what we're contending with at the moment from Pennant Hills Golf Club, the Pennant Hills Centenary Open. Players from all over the world have converged, some of the sister clubs or the reciprocal clubs and their champions. From Gog Magog in Cambridge, from Seton Carew in Hartlepool, Royal Wellington in New Zealand, and then champions from Sanctuary Cove, Indooroopilly in Queensland, Riversdale in Victoria, WA Golf Club, Royal Canberra as well, and then a whole lot of locals who have come on this special day in the club's history, marking 100 years of it, hoping to claim a trophy that no one else will ever be able to hoist, and that's the Centenary Open. But we're in a rain delay again at the moment. We were delayed by about 40 minutes at the start of the day due to the weather. We've had about a 20-minute break a couple of hours in, and then this has been the heaviest rain that we've seen so far. If you'd like to help celebrate the Pennant Hills Golf Club centenary year, jump onto their website. They've got events in just about every month. Medals through the ages for the women's and the men's. Coming from the 13th of April, they've got the Centenary Bridge Tournament in July. In October, the Centenary Cork and Fork. A great afternoon of golf, food, with a centenary twist as well. It's a club favourite. And then in November, there's the joint finals day. They're going to, for the first time in their history, combine the men's and the women's finals. So a heap of excitement for the spectators to watch 9 great golf matches and join the prize presentation and the party afterwards. There'll be jazz on the green on the 3rd of December, which is a Sunday. An afternoon of fabulous music and food, and dancing if you dare. Dancing if you dare, it shouldn't be it shouldn't be a scary proposition, could it? Should it? What do they set the dance floor up with? Booby traps. The gala dinner dance and centenary Top Gun finale is going to be on the 22nd of December as well. So get on the Pennant Hills Golf Club website. A special year for a special golf club. 1923 when it all started, and where it is today, as prestigious and picturesque as any golf club in Sydney. Let's have a look at some of the images, and there's the bridge on 9, and I tried to think about what this picture was telling us. Father-son it looks like, and it looks like Dad hit a terrible shot, but the son was pretty happy with his, just smirking, trailing along behind. That was the 10th, how it used to look, and the gala ball of 1934, just 11 years into their history. Anthony Gresham is a name that is at the very heart of this golf club. Has an eclectic score of 35 around the course, which just defies logic, really, to a hacker like me. And that's where we stand at the moment on our leaderboard. So Max Duffy-Smith, the 3-shot leader from Belmont Golf Club in New South Wales. Daniel Lewis from Northbridge Golf Club in outright second at even. And then 6 players all on 1 over, 4 shots adrift. And on the women's side, Priya Khanna, who jumped out to a 5-shot lead, that's been pegged back by Desiree Herden, who we just spoke to. Hazy was able to have a chat to Desiree, 15 years of age, Pennant Hill Golf Club member, is only 2 shots back from the Victorian Priya Khanna. And then 4 shots further back, Charlotte Carter from Gog Magog Golf Club. She's the club champion there. Ali Marlborough from Indooroopilly in Queensland at 9 over. And then Seton Carew getting up towards Newcastle. Hartlepool in the UK is at 9 over as well. But unfortunately, the elements at the moment having the biggest say on the outcome of this tournament. So we will just stand by, we will take a break, find out where we're at, and then let you know whether you'll be watching us on the Pennant Hills Golf Club website, on the Play Today app, or the Play Today Metaverse. That's the future right there, the Play Today metaverse, or on the SEN app. We'll come back to you as soon as we've got news on the Centenary Open for the Pennant Hills Golf Club. Well, thanks for sticking with us on the Pennant Hills Centenary Open at the Pennant Hills Golf Club. They're celebrating 100 years of incredible history. Unfortunately, the weather's doing its darndest to ruin the day. We had to halt play again. It was the third rain delay that we've had, and when we did halt proceedings, when the siren sounded on the men's side of the draw from Belmont Golf Club, Max Duffy-Smith had a 3-shot lead over Northbridge Golf Club's Daniel Lewis. And on the women's side, Priya Khanna from Riversdale Golf Club in Victoria had a 2-shot lead over local, the 15-year-old amateur Desiree Herden. We are going to get an update now from Mark Hayes to tell us just where we're at with today's play. Hazy.
Barnaby Sumner, thanks for joining us. Unfortunately, some bad news for all our viewers.
Hazy, yes, Mother Nature has done her best and she's won in the end, and after an inch this morning and pretty much another inch in the last little while, we've unfortunately had to make the decision to abandon play for today.
It's such a disappointing outcome given the way the tournament was unfolding.
It was really heading up in the right direction. We've really been overwhelmed by the positive comments from everybody watching the footage online. Anyway, c'est la vie, as they say.
You're right though, Mother Nature's never beaten. She's never lost an event, ever.
No, she certainly hasn't, and this one, she's a hands-down winner.
What's what made it happen? We're looking out over the 18th green here, and it seems to be a lot of casual water lying around.
It is. We've just had rain on top of rain these last 48 hours, and our golf course just simply can't take any more than we've received. So, as I said, we're upwards of 2 inches already in the last 24 hours, and as they say, that's all she wrote.
It's a testament to the course that it's lasted this long, to be honest.
It is, and a testament to the players for putting up with some pretty miserable conditions in the last 4 or 5 hours. They've been fantastic to work with us and to get through in the end. Not everybody was, I'm sure, happy with that, but they all put their best foot forward.
I will say, though, it's given an unexpected chance to come and sample the hospitality of the Pennant Hills Clubhouse. Essentially we're going to have 150 people come in and enjoy a complimentary buffet lunch because I've cooked all the food, Hazy. Someone's got to eat it. You cooked it yourself?
No, my mum, so we're good.
Barnaby Sumner, thanks so much for having us out here today. Unfortunately, the news you've had to bring us isn't great, but we appreciate the time and congratulations to the club on a magnificent Centenary Open.
Hazy, thanks for everything that your crew has done, and we hope everyone has enjoyed the footage.
Thank you to Hazy and thank you to the GM, Barnaby Sumner. Well, that's the last thing that we wanted on what was going to be a memorable and magical day, and I'm sure there'll be many memories made as the 150 or so people that are there will go and enjoy each other's company and think about and talk about what might have been and some of the incredible shots that have been played. We've almost seen a couple of holes in one today, and they will do their best to celebrate this centenary anniversary. The Centenary Open, of course, unfortunately is going to be won by Mother Nature, but we just want to say a big thank you and congratulations to the Pennant Hills Golf Club. Congratulations on 100 years, and we wish you many more than 100 more. To all the players who came from near and far, a big thank you to you for the way in which you participated, the smiles on the dials in pretty tough and trying conditions to try and make the most of this occasion. A big thanks to the crew on the ground, incredible effort to do what you've done in the conditions that you've done it in. To Mark Hayes as well, to the crew in the studio that have made this broadcast happen, to you watching, whether it be on the Pennant Hills Golf Club website, on the Play Today app, on the Play Today metaverse, or on the SEN app. We really want to thank you for being part of a special occasion in the history of the Pennant Hills Golf Club. If you want to know what else the club are doing, the Pennant Hills Golf Club website is where you'll find all of the action and all of the information. So, unfortunately, we don't get to crown a winner. Mother Nature makes sure of that. But I think we've all been the winner for just being able to experience a little bit of the Pennant Hills Golf Club today. Thanks for watching wherever you have been. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Until we see you again, stay safe.